Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Today, we're cooking up dishes that can be made in less than 30 minutes.
So you can get food on the table fast and still have a delicious dinner on any busy weeknight.
I'm making my Chipotle lime steak tacos.
And I'm making rigatoni with a quick cherry tomato ragu.
And I'm making my super crispy cereal crusted fish sticks.
I'm Alejandra Ramos,
I'm Jake Cohen.
I'm Jocelyn Delk Adams.
and this is Today Food All Stars.
The clock is ticking, so let's get cooking.
Tacos are a fantastic weeknight dinner because they're so versatile. You can put just about anything in them. Today, I'm using skirt steak because this cut of meat cooks up quickly. When it comes to tacos, I'm all about the toppings. So I'm also making quick pickled onions and a delicious zesty mayo. Skirt steak is such a great cut of beef. It takes on amazing flavor and it cooks up really quickly, which makes it perfect for these quick 30-minute meals. I'm gonna set this guy aside for a little bit while I start working on the marinade. One of my favorite things whenever I'm marinating skirt steak or any kind of protein is to use a big, giant zipped bag. Get the big gallon size, and then you can put your marinade, the meat, veggies, anything that you're cooking with right in here. So peel your garlic, and instead of chopping or mincing, what we're gonna do is use a grater and just grate it right into our zipped bag. Just kind of get as much of it as you can in there. Now we're gonna do some fresh limes. I always like to make sure that I zest off all this delicious peel. Like 70% of the flavor of citrus lives in that peel and in those natural acids. I love using a juicer like this. It just really gets all that great juice out. All right, this looks so good. It already smells so fresh and flavorful. Now we're gonna add a little bit of salt. We're also gonna add some freshly ground black pepper. And a little bit of oil. You can use vegetable oil or olive oil, whatever you've got. It's gonna go in there. And I promised you Chipotle, so it's Chipotle time. For this, we're using Chipotles in adobo sauce. These are one of my pantry staples. Chipotles are smoked jalapenos, and they're in this wonderful sauce. There's a lot of incredible flavor, perfect for our marinade. And just chop. That's perfect. All right, we're just getting messy. All right, so now that we've got our delicious marinade ready to go, we can add the skirt steak. So skirt steak usually comes in this incredibly long piece, which obviously doesn't fit on any pan that I've ever seen. So we wanna cut it down into a few smaller pieces. I like to do about 4 to 6 inch pieces. Depending on the size of your pan, you can kind of go smaller or bigger, but that's about the size you want. Just like this. Perfect. And then these pieces can be dropped right in to our marinade. Now it's time for the fun part. Once you've got the marinade and the steak in the bag, seal it up tight. And then you can use your hands to massage that marinade all around the steak, making sure that every single one of those incredible flavors infuses your meat. Just like that. All right, that's fantastic. Shake it. Now you can just set this aside and let it hang out for about 10 to 15 minutes while we work on our toppings. We're gonna get started with our quick pickled onions. I love this kind of riff on classic pickled onions because it's super easy, super simple, and it adds amazing flavor to our tacos. We're gonna cut off the root side, set that aside, and then just cut it right down the center. Get that peel off. To slice the onions, you can use a knife if you prefer, but I love using a mandolin. Just makes everything really quick, easy, and keeps the slices super even. All right, now we have these beautiful slices. I'm gonna put them right into my bowl. And we're gonna do some fresh lime juice and zest right on top. Now we can get the juice. Just cut your lime in half. And get all of that juice in. Now we're gonna add some salt to it. Just sprinkle that all in. This is also gonna help make those onions really nice and tender. I love adding a little bit of cloves to it. I think it adds just a special flavor. So we're just gonna do a little pinch, about 1/8 of a teaspoon or so. Then give it a toss. Make sure that that salt, the lime zest, the lime juice, and the onions are all evenly incorporated, just like this. And now we will just let this hang out, let those guys get to know each other. It's gonna be wonderful. I think no taco is complete without some sort of delicious creamy sauce. So for this, we're making essentially a lime crema. We're using mayo as our base, and we're gonna do 1/2 cup of that. All right, so now we're gonna do 2 teaspoons of ground cumin. I love that cumin adds this really smoky flavor to it, and it's also very much a common spice used in a lot of Mexican cooking, so it's just something that ties all of the flavors in our dish together. I'm gonna stir that in a little bit. Nice and evenly incorporated. Right into our sauce. I promised you zesty, guys. All right. Tap that right in. Give it a little stir. And now for the juice. Let's incorporate that. You can actually use a whisk to make sure it's really nice and smooth. Right? I'm also gonna add just a little bit of salt to our sauce. So give that a nice whisk. This is a pretty loose sauce. It's something you can really kind of drizzle over the tacos. Well, our toppings are ready, so now it's time to cook the steak. So the steak has been marinating. It's got all that incredible flavor. And whenever you're cooking steak, you want your pan to be hot so you can get those incredible flavors. So all we have to do now is take it right out of the marinade and straight into the pan. Love that sizzle. Anytime you're cooking, you wanna make sure that there's a little bit of room left between everything that's in your pan. Don't crowd them. They need room to stretch out, to get cooking in there. Steak doneness can be a very personal thing. Personally, I like 2 to 3 minutes per side, which gives me the perfect medium rare. All right, I'm ready to start pulling these off. Smell amazing. Oh, I love those beautiful grill marks. Anytime you cook steak, you really wanna let it rest before you cut into it. It just gives the juices a little bit of time to settle so that they don't run out. All right, we've got all our ingredients. The steak is just about done resting. I've got a few little finishing touches before we can make our tacos. Now we're gonna work on some of the fun toppings. So I love avocado on my tacos, and you guys already know I love lime, so you gotta have a little extra lime too. Just gonna slice the lime, and then I'm just gonna quarter it. Now we're gonna cut our avocado. You always wanna get rid of that little stem bit. And then take the avocado right in, go all around that center pit. Give it a twist. Perfect avocado, it's my lucky day. To get that pit, you want to use that sort of bottom part of your knife, slice it in, give it another little twist, and there we go. Pop that out. Now what I like to do is use a spoon just to scoop out that avocado. Perfect. I love a little salty cheese on top. For this, I'm using queso fresco, which is a Mexican style fresh cheese. It's a little bit crumbly. I like to use a fork just to break it up like this. I prefer corn tortillas for my tacos. I think it gives an incredible flavor. If you prefer flour, go for it, you do you. So you can do this on a cast iron skillet, a nonstick skillet, really any kind of skillet. In the meantime, let's slice that steak. This has had a moment to rest. And now what you want to do is look out for the grain. Your instinct might be to cut with them, but really what you want to do is cut against them so that when you take a bite, the steak sort of falls apart in your mouth. It's just super tender and lovely. So I'm just gonna start assembling. I like to start off with the sauce. Just spread a little bit right in the center. And then a few pieces of steak, about 3 or 4. You don't wanna get too wild. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little bit of avocado, some of those fantastic pickled onions, and that perfect little salty queso fresco right on top. A few little fresh cilantro leaves, just as a finishing touch. And there you have it, Chipotle lime steak tacos. I'm ready for a bite. I love it. You can see that steak, the pickled onions, cilantro, that salty queso fresco. So good. Coming up, Jake Cohen is whipping up pasta with a quick cherry tomato ragu.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This dish is something I started making over the summer. You know, when you want to avoid being in front of a hot stove as much as possible, but it's also so perfect during the winter because it's quick, hearty, and cherry tomatoes are one of the few things that you could still get outside of summer and still be delicious. A warm bowl of pasta, it just always hits the spot. Plus the sauce comes together in one pot, so it's a one-pot wonder, my favorite kind of recipe, and I'm telling you, it's gonna be yours too. First thing you wanna do, get a pot of water going. You wanna start to bring it up, not to a rolling boil yet, but get that going so that once we have our sauce ready, we can drop our pasta and don't have to be waiting for anyone. Now we're just gonna do a little bit of chopping. We've got a shallot, some garlic, and then we'll get our kind of herbs done too. So we're just gonna give this a quick, fine chop. Doesn't have to be perfect, but you want small pieces because we want this to cook pretty quickly. 30 minutes, clock's ticking. I'm not going to be messing around with you. I like a lot of garlic. I don't know about you, I do think it's personal taste, but I'm using 1 shallot and 6 cloves of garlic. Let's say you really love things that are oniony, garlicky, fragrant. Bump it up a little. I'm not your mother. You can use as much or as little as you like. When I'm mincing garlic, I just like to give it a little thin slice, line everything up, and then we'll just run our knife through it a few times. Our shallots and garlic are gonna cook together, so don't go crazy with tons of bowls on your counter. Throw them in together. So it might seem like we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but I'm gonna chop up some parsley. That's not gonna go in until the very end of this recipe, but it's the last thing we gotta chop. What I love about this is you just have to do a little bit of aromatics, some herbs to garnish, but that's all you need for your cutting board. That's it. That's all you gotta do. I'm just gonna clean up a little bit, kind of get everything together, and we're gonna start cooking the sauce. So this is 2 pints of cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, in a Dutch oven pot, we're gonna heat up 3 tablespoons of olive oil. Let that come up. You're really gonna wanna look for a nice shimmer in the pan to know it's hot. And we're gonna add in 1 pound of lean ground beef. Cook it down into crumbles, and then we're gonna start adding from there. Lots of flavor until you have the best and quickest cherry tomato ragu you've ever made. We're gonna throw in our beef. You hear that? If you do not hear that sizzle, wasn't hot enough. You want to be using a wooden spoon. Start to break up the beef. We want nice, small crumbles. And we're going to cook until you no longer see any pink. They're going to start to caramelize, get nice and golden. It should only take about 6 to 8 minutes. While this finishes cooking, I'm going to grab a bottle of white wine. We're going to throw in our garlic and shallot, chili flakes, crushed red pepper. I'm using a ½ teaspoon. I like a good kick. If you really like a good kick, throw in some more. If you are a little afraid of spice, start with a ¼ teaspoon. Really choose your own adventure when it comes to heat. It's gonna cook down forever once it's covered, so don't worry about your shallots becoming super softened. What I am gonna do is deglaze the pan with a cup of white wine. What does deglaze mean, you might wonder? What this means is we're kind of using some liquid to pull off all of those brown bits that are stuck at the bottom. You work so hard to build up flavor. We're searing the beef, we're adding the garlic, the shallots, the chili flakes. Now that we threw this in, time to add in our tomatoes. Using these gorgeous cherry tomatoes that are gonna burst. That's like the best part of this. And last but not least, 2 tablespoons of balsamic vinegar. A little bit of acid, especially when we're dealing with tomatoes, is so important. You have all of the richness from the olive oil and the beef. The balsamic is just going to help balance that out, as well as it does add a little bit of sweetness too when it cooks down. We're gonna toss this up. And now we're gonna add in my favorite ingredients ever, which are salt and pepper. Really want just something that's gonna help brighten this up. Now that it's nice and incorporated, seasoned, I'm going to throw on a lid and we're gonna let the magic happen. Meanwhile, in the same time that your sauce is gonna take to cook, we're gonna be able to cook our pasta. How amazing is that? We've got a beautiful pot of water to a boil. I'm gonna add in my salt now. In terms of the type of pasta you can use, anything you like, really. I love a short pasta, something that's gonna pick up this sauce. This isn't a blended sauce, it's gonna be chunky. So really think of things like orecchiette, penne, rigatoni, which I love, rotini. Any of those options are wonderful. Just a pound of dried pasta. You got it in your pantry. Give it a little zhuzh, just to make sure nothing sticks. And you got 10 minutes to drink the rest of your bottle of wine. I'll see you back here and we're gonna finish up our pasta.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to check everything and get it all together. Oh my God, like magic, all of our cherry tomatoes popped. Now here's the magic. It doesn't look much like a sauce until you go in with your wooden spoon and you start to stir it up. It starts to break down the tomatoes and really becomes nice and juicy. Gorgeous, and now we're just going to take our pasta and throw it right in. You could drain this in your sink with a colander, but I find it's super easy just to use a spider like this and throw it right in. Giving this a nice gentle stir, and now I'm going to throw in our herbs. We pre-chopped our parsley, but I do have some feelings about basil. You don't need to chop it. I'm a big believer in just tearing it off. We're gonna go for the same amount that we used for our parsley, but I'm just going to give it a little tear and drop. And then we're just gonna need to taste it for salt and pepper, and of course make it rain Parmesan. The reactions, they're always in real time. All right, need some more salt and pepper, as I predicted. Would it even be a pasta party without a crazy raining of freshly grated Parmigiano Reggiano? Let's give it a taste. Speechless. I'm telling you, this pasta, it tastes like hours and hours of low and slow cooking. It really comes together in 30 minutes. You get the beautiful sweetness from the tomatoes, the brightness from the balsamic. The beef ties it all together to make a one-pot meal that I'm obsessed with. Coming up, Jocelyn Delk Adams is making cereal crusted fish sticks that are perfect for any busy weeknight.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, welcome back. Jocelyn here, and this is my all-star take on a 30-minute meal. Fish is a fantastic protein when you're in a rush because it cooks quickly. So today I'm whipping up cereal crusted fish sticks. This dish is a childhood favorite that works for kids and adults of all ages. First, let's prep the fish. Today I'm going to be using some cod, and this is a much milder flavor in terms of fish because sometimes people don't really like that fishy smell and flavor, and so I find that this is like one that pleases everyone in the family, and it's easy to work with as well. So we're gonna start by cutting these into strips, and they can be about an inch, however thick you really want them. I find that like a smaller size is like easier for the kids to enjoy. They can just pick them up with their fingers if they want, and it's really giving off those true fish stick vibes. Now that I've got everything cut up, we're gonna start our dredging process. I'm going to add some flour into our first station, and this is going to help our fish sort of adhere to our breading. So we want to make sure that we have that in the beginning. And then I'm going to add 2 eggs to this center here. And this is also going to help with adhering to our batter as well. And I'm going to give that a quick whisk. Got broken up and beaten a bit. All right. And then I'm going to work on our cereal breading. This is such a fun part of this recipe. I'm going to add our cornflakes directly into a plastic bag. And you want to make sure these are the plain ones. Don't get the ones with the sugar on it. Once you have your cornflakes in the plastic bag, you want to seal it up. Y'all been working hard, right? Let's bang these. I mean, could this not be more fun? You can also put this in a food processor, but I actually would recommend doing this method instead because you don't want to pulse it and make it too fine. You want to have different sizes and textures going on, which makes this pretty special. And then I'm going to add in our panko. Mix that in. And then I've got some incredible seasonings that are going to bring this like to another level, y'all. I've got some lemon pepper, and I love that hint of citrus in this that really sort of just brings these fish sticks alive. Got some salt, of course. And then I've got both some cayenne for some heat and some paprika. And if you don't like a lot of heat like me, you can totally omit that. So we're just gonna mix everything together. And once you find that everything is incorporated, it's time to start dredging our fish. I'm going to start by adding one of our fish sticks into the flour mixture. And we want to make sure that we coat this pretty well. Get in all those nooks and crannies. And then I'm gonna sort of shake it off and then add it directly into our egg mixture. And finally into our cornflake mixture here. And you can see how it's super crispy and crunchy. So that one's ready to go. So now I'm going to prepare our baking pan. I've got some nonstick baking spray, and I'm just gonna add this to a sheet of parchment. Because we're not frying these, we wanna make sure that we're still giving that authentic, crispy, crunchy fish stick taste. Add that directly to our baking pan and repeat. So now as you're adding these, just make sure that you leave enough space in between so they cook evenly. Now that these are all breaded, we're going to do one final spray with the nonstick cooking spray. These are gonna bake fast. We're gonna bake these at 400 degrees for 12 to 14 minutes. Oh, these are beautiful. Look at how golden and crisp these are. I mean, you can just almost taste that crunch when you first bite into these, and just that golden color. I'm just gonna add a little finishing salt right to the top. Okay, oh, that looks incredible. And because you sprayed these really well, they should just come right off of the pan. And plus it's parchment, so they won't stick. Now I'm ready to bite in. Big old bite here. I mean, come on, these are incredible. I mean, oh my gosh, it's like being brought back to my childhood here, seriously. I could have this for dinner every single day of the week. All of the flavors are popping. Just see how flaky the inside is and that crunch on the outside. And the fish is so flaky and tender inside. This is like seriously the perfect meal to make. And couldn't you believe like how easy it was? I mean, minimal effort and everyone will love this dish. Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Are you ready for a sweet treat this holiday season?
It's been one crazy year, so today we're dishing up our favorite desserts for any holiday party.
I'm kicking things off with my ginger lemon crinkle cookies.
I'm baking up traditional Puerto Rican holiday cookies, polvorones.
And I'll be baking up my gluten-free macaroon brownies. I'm Jake Cohen.
I'm Alejandra Ramos.
I'm Jocelyn Delk Adams. This is Today Food All Stars. It's time to get baking. Growing up, my family always made cookies together during the holidays. One of my favorite recipes was gingerbread, so this is an ode to a real Christmas classic. My recipe uses zesty lemon for a unique twist. Getting creative in the kitchen is a sweet tradition that I want to pass down to my daughter, so I can't wait to share this crinkle cookies recipe with you. So let's get started on our dough. I'm gonna start by blending together our dry ingredients. I've got some flour here. I'm gonna add this to our large mixing bowl. I'm going to add in some cinnamon and also some ginger. We've got a trifecta, if you will, of spices going into this that are really just going to elevate this cookie and give it so much life. Now I'm gonna add in some baking soda, and this is gonna give our cookies just a nice lift. And then, of course, you need some salt. Whenever you're baking, you think of sweets, you think of sugar, but you need that salt to truly balance out everything. Now I'm gonna add in our final spice here, some cardamom. So I really love adding these three flavors together in our ginger cookies because, you know, most times you'll just see ginger and cinnamon, but I think the cardamom is really lovely and just adds like a nice depth to these cookies. So just mix all of our ingredients here together, and this will be ready to go into our batter. I've got some unsalted butter here, and this is room temperature. Whether it be cakes or cookies, you wanna make sure that this is room temperature so all of the ingredients incorporate super well. So we're gonna cream the butter and the sugar together. And for that to happen, we have to break down that sugar and really get it to dissolve into that butter. And then I'm gonna start mixing this up. All right, so now we're gonna add in 1 egg yolk. We're gonna mix that together, get that nice and creamy. So now we're going to add some lemon zest. I'm adding some citrus notes because I really feel like it brightens the recipe up some. All right. And then I'm going to add in some vanilla and make sure it's really pure vanilla extract. Mix that together. And now I'm gonna add in our molasses. And this is what gives ginger cookies that special flavor. So that's gotta go in there. And this is a little different from traditional gingerbread cookies. These are much softer, much chewier, you'll find, like in general, because most of the other cookies are a little stiffer. And so I find that this is like melts in your mouth, super tender cookie. Okay, so now I'm going to turn our mixer down to a lower speed and add in our dry ingredients that we mixed together earlier. I'm adding this sort of slowly in increments because I really sort of want to make sure that all of the dough incorporates pretty well. So once you see that it's starting to mix in, you can add in some more. And you can tell that it's getting very, very thick, and that's exactly how we want our batter to look. And as soon as you see that pretty much everything is incorporated, then you can stop mixing. No need to overmix this. And you can do one more scrape of the bottom of the bowl. Make sure you get all those dry ingredients in there. So now we're going to stick this in the refrigerator to let it chill. Get that nice and covered. And let this chill for about an hour. All right, our dough is nice and chilled now. And here's sort of a rule of thumb. Once it's been in there for about an hour, you'll notice that it has firmed up a lot more, and that's what we're looking for. We want it to be definitely cold to the touch. So we're going to work on the assembly process for our cookies. With crinkle cookies, you're going to start by scooping out some dough. And then I'm going to take our ball of dough, and then I'm gonna roll it right into the sugar, just making sure to coat it on all sides. And then we're gonna add to our baking sheet. And you wanna make sure that you keep these sort of spread out. About 2 inches is fine because you don't want them to sort of bake together. You wanna keep them nice and separate. I find that my daughter really loves this part because she helps me add our dough to the sugar. She loves sort of just rolling it around. She thinks it looks like snow, so it's a super fun idea and fun thing to do with the kids for sure during the holidays. So now these are ready to bake. I'm gonna pop them in the oven at 375 for about 10 to 12 minutes or until they get nice and crackly, but still soft in the centers. All right, our cookies look fantastic. I've let them cool down for a few minutes because you want them to still be warm and chewy. I'm gonna start plating these. And you can just smell all of those incredible spices in the air. It smells like the holidays, I'm telling you that. And they're like the perfect texture too, just soft and tender. Look how great those look. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? I love these cookies so, so much. I mean, they remind me of my childhood. They're so warm and cozy and comforting. And they just bring me back to memories of being with my family and baking during the holidays, just such special times. The flavors are just incredible. From the Today All Day All-Stars, happy holidays and Merry Christmas, everyone. Next up, Alejandra Ramos is making polvorones, a soft and crumbly Spanish shortbread.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
Hey Today All Day, it's Alejandra. The name of these nutty shortbread cookies comes from the word polvo, which in Spanish means dust. That refers to the powdered sugar that coats the cookie, as well as the trademark crumbly texture. You may actually know these as Mexican wedding cookies or even Russian tea cakes. Many different cultures have their own version of this dessert, and they're popular on holiday tables throughout the season. But they actually also make a really great holiday gift. All right, let's get started by making our dough. So these cookies are almond cookies. It's one of my favorite flavors during the holidays and throughout the year. For these, we're gonna use ground almonds, and you can actually buy them ground or make them from scratch. To make them, all you have to do is drop some almonds into your food processor. Once it's in your food processor, you wanna coarsely pulse until you get a nice coarse grind. Using the pulse button gives you much more control than just letting it spin. So what you're looking for is this really beautiful kind of coarse grind. You want to see a few little pieces of the almonds. This is gonna give you that wonderful crumbly polvo texture for the cookies. Now we're gonna cream our butter and our sugar. So whenever you're creaming butter, you wanna start with room temperature butter. Take it out of the fridge about half hour to an hour before you start baking. Now we're gonna add half a cup of granulated white sugar to this. And then we're gonna let it go. I like to start off slow and then go a little faster. About halfway through, use a spatula to kind of scrape down those sides. Make sure all that butter and sugar gets really evenly incorporated. Beautiful. Now we're gonna add a little bit of flavor. For this, we're using almond extract and vanilla extract. Anytime you use an extract, be sure to use the pure extracts, the real ones. There's only a few ingredients, so you want every single one of them to be the best quality, the best taste. This smells like Christmas to me. Now we're gonna add a little bit of salt. Salt is also another key ingredient whenever you're baking. It just kind of has this really sort of synergistic effect and really makes the sweetness of the cookie pop. Okay. Salt's in, the flavor's in, let's add flour. For this, we're using all-purpose flour. We're doing 2 cups. We're gonna do 1 cup of the ground almonds. So don't put this whole bowl in. I know it might be tempting, but we only need 1 cup. All right. So we're about there. You're looking for that dough to just kind of all come together. You can give it 1 more scrape. I feel good about this. I think we're there. Our dough is perfect. It is time to start shaping. So I'm just gonna get these guys out of the way, get my surface ready to make some cookies. This is always the best part. So for this, I'm using a cookie scoop. You want about a tablespoon of dough each time. And all you have to do is you scoop, level it out a little bit, make a little ball, and set it down, then repeat. I'm setting these about an inch or so apart on my cookie sheet. You want a little bit of space, but these cookies are so foolproof and so forgiving. They don't really spread. When rolling these out, you can be very gentle with them, very light. It doesn't need to be tightly packed or anything like that. These are good little fellas. It's good for the holidays, right? Like, we've already got enough on our minds these days. We don't need high maintenance cookies. All right, so now we're gonna chill these cookies for about 15 to 30 minutes. It's gonna help it keep its shape once it bakes. All right, friends, we have waited long enough. These cookies have been chilling for 15 to 30 minutes. I'm about ready to pop them in the oven. They're gonna bake at 325 degrees for 20 minutes. These cookies look amazing. They smell even better. I took them out of the oven and let them cool for about 20 minutes, and now it's time to dress them up. We're gonna be using powdered sugar for this, and I just like to put it in a shallow pie plate or a bowl, anything like that. You kind of want to shake it out a little bit, get rid of those lumps. Just put a few heaping spoonfuls. Keep the sugar handy because we're gonna need more. So then you just want to toss the cookies around in the powdered sugar. I like to do a few at a time, and then transfer them to your serving tray. Just work in batches until you get through the entire amount. So you just keep adding sugar until they are fully covered, looking like beautiful little dusty snowballs. These are so sweet and so good. So when I got married, I actually baked a ton of these and served them at my wedding, which was in January, so it was a winter wedding, because I'm Puerto Rican and my husband's family is Russian. So it was kind of like Russian tea cakes and polvorones, a little bit for both of us. It's kind of funny that our families are from completely opposite parts of the world, and yet we both shared this one cookie. All right, that looks beautiful. Polvorones. There you have it. These look and smell wonderful. I want to show you the texture because we talked about polvo meaning dust because it's crumbly and dusty. Look how easily these break apart. It's beautiful little crumbly texture inside. And the best part? So buttery and delicious. Love that almond flavor. These are so good. I hope you love them as much as I do. Have a sweet holiday, everyone. Next up, Jake Cohen is sharing his favorite holiday dessert recipe, gluten-free macaroon brownies.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Chocolate and coconut are a match made in heaven, and I love this brownie recipe because it's so freaking easy and unlike anything you've ever had. Who wants to spend all day in the kitchen when you could be enjoying the holiday festivities? These brownies are so rich, but they just happen to be gluten-free, so you'll have a dessert that even more people can enjoy. Let's get started with our brownie batter. The first thing we're going to do is make a ganache. If you've never heard of ganache before, it is chocolate melted with some kind of fat. Sometimes it's heavy cream. Today we're using butter. We're using equal parts. So I'm gonna take 2 sticks of butter, or 8 ounces, and we're gonna put this into a double boiler. It's a lot of vocab today, I know, but we're gonna get there. I'm just going to get a nice simmer on a saucepan with some water. I'm gonna take off my bowl just to show you. It's only about 1 inch of water. We don't want the water touching the bowl. It's gotta be heat proof, of course, so metal or glass. And we are going to let steam slowly melt our butter and chocolate. Why do we do this? Well, chocolate is expensive, especially if you're using nice chocolate. Often, I do find that the risk of burning your ganache is higher than the reward of the speed. So taking it nice, low, and slow is always gonna be my preference. We want a nice, silky ganache. So I'm gonna drop in my butter. And now we have 8 ounces of dark chocolate. It's actually 9, so this is gonna be my little chef snack. I'm gonna coarsely chop this up. So a chocolate bar is always gonna be my go-to. And I find that 70% cocoa is the magic number. Anything more could be a little bitter for people. So let's get everything else in a bowl. Again, easy, 1 bowl, drop it, whisk it, done. We're gonna start with our sugars. So granulated sugar is what gives that nice kind of crisp edge and that papery top to your brownies. A 1/4 cup of brown sugar, light brown sugar to be exact, is what's going to give that chew factor. We love chewy brownies. From there, we're gonna throw in 4 large eggs. I'm gonna do 2 tablespoons of cocoa powder. Now this adds more chocolate flavor, of course, but also it's a nice binder. Then coffee. Coffee, instant espresso in this case, adds a really nice complexity, slight bitterness. Salt. Anything with sugar needs salt. Last but not least, in the same way that salt is the balance to sugar, vanilla is the balance to chocolate. A lot of vanilla extract is actually super important in any chocolate recipe. And now that that's all handled, I'm just gonna whisk this up. Take a look at this. It's so shiny, so decadent. Honestly, you're gonna wanna wear it like a face mask because it's just that gorgeous. And this is all of that chocolate goodness that's going to bind these brownies into a fudgy square of perfection. So now that's all melted. It is as simple as we pour one into the other. So here I have 1 cup of coconut flour. At the end of the day, we are adding coconut to the macaroon layer. Might as well double up and use flour. It just happens to be gluten-free, a great binder, and it makes it that much more enjoyable for everyone. Last but not least, we're gonna be adding in some chocolate chips. The reason I add chocolate chips is because one of the biggest fights I have with my mother is over brownies. She is a strong believer that there needs to be nuts in brownies, and I do not agree. I don't like nuts in my brownies. Keep them away. However, to make up for that, I want to add a little bit of texture. So since we have so much dark chocolate richness, I find that some milk chocolate chips add that little bite to your cooled brownie. So that is it for our brownie layer. We're going to layer this into our pan. I am using a 9x13 baking dish. You could use glass, you could use metal, you could use ceramic. It's really whatever you got, don't stress. I am lining it with parchment paper. And then we're gonna pop this into the fridge for about an hour while we make our coconut macaroon layer. While our brownie layer chills, we are going to make coconut macaroons. These are not French macarons, which are all of the rage. My version just uses a quick and easy meringue and tons of shredded, unsweetened coconut. To get started, I have 4 large eggs here. We're going to separate the whites and the yolks. You only need the whites today. Save your yolks to throw into tomorrow's omelet. The key for separating eggs, I typically just crack it and then use part of the shell to catch that yolk. So we're gonna take our egg whites, pop it into the bowl of a stand mixer. And now when you're making meringue, it can be quite finicky. There are a couple of tips I have for you for success every time. You want to start to get kind of foamy, a little bit of bubbles before we start incorporating any other ingredient. They should only take about a minute, no more chunks of egg white here and there. Perfect, this is what you're looking for. I'm gonna take 3/4 cup of sugar. I'm going to gradually add it to our egg whites while the motor is running and it's beating. So by incorporating the sugar slowly, it doesn't overwhelm the egg white, so it doesn't take forever to get nice and fluffy. Gradual, be gentle, delicate. Meringue is a delicate dessert, so you gotta treat it that way. I'm gonna throw in 1/2 teaspoon of salt and 1.5 teaspoons of vanilla. You might have heard the term stiff peaks if you've ever made meringue before. What that means is we're getting so much air incorporated that's almost marshmallowy, and when you take off the beater, the meringue is gonna stick straight up. So once we see that, that's when we know we're done to go. This is what I'm talking about. A little Jimmy Neutron hair meringue. That is what you need before we move on to our coconut. I'm a big fan in this type of unsweetened shredded coconut. It's sometimes sold as desiccated because it's very fine. I like this better for my macaroons because it is a nice mouthfeel and it slices very evenly. We're gonna be adding in 12 ounces to our meringue. Just get it combined and then you're done. Now that our macaroon layer is ready, I'm going to pull my brownie layer from the fridge and we are going to assemble this and bake. We're just gonna take our coconut macaroon layer and put it right on top. Get a nice even layer. Gorgeous. I'm gonna pop this into our 375-degree oven for 30 minutes. You just want it nice and golden on the top. That's it, no toothpick, just trust me, 30 minutes is all you need. And coming up, we will finish up these sweet treats that are going to be perfect for any holiday party.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Now that our brownies have baked and cooled, we're gonna slice them up and get eating. Key part with anything in the brownie bar realm is you have to be patient and let it cool completely. If you rush, you're gonna end up with kind of some wonky cut bars. A key trick whenever slicing brownies, give your knife a wipe after every slice. Any kind of residue will really help drag and kind of make your brownies not so pretty. Big question I always get, can I make this in advance? Yes, you can make these a day in advance and they'll keep in the fridge beautifully. However, I love it fresh. Make it in the morning, have it cool all day. You can even pop it in the fridge. The fresher it is, the more delicious it will be. There is no wrong way when it comes to your plating, but I do love a little platter situation. Something that you can put out, have done in advance. So while you're dealing with dinner, dessert's done, plated, ready to go. I've plated up enough. I cannot wait any longer to give one a try. Oof. This is my ideal dessert, right here. The fudgy brownie, the chewy coconut. It's sweet, it's got the balance of richness. This is a holiday masterpiece. It's gonna be the star of whatever gathering you have this year. I hope you have a sweet holiday, everyone. This will definitely help you get there. That's a wrap.
Happy fall. I don't know how to drink this. I'm gonna get it all over me. Oh my God, it is so good. Is it all over my nose? It's probably all over my nose and no one is telling me. When the temperature starts to dip, I get super excited because that means fall is here and summer is out. No more sweating your ass off. I love nothing more than putting on a hoodie, grabbing a blanket, and cozying up on the couch. So today, I am making 3 of my favorite comfort foods. This cozy meal is just as comforting as a cashmere scarf, but definitely more satisfying. First up, I'm making my Italian wedding soup, featuring mini versions of my signature meatballs. And the best part, it all comes together in one pot. Next up, delicious buttery garlic bread, perfect for dipping and savoring every last bite of that soup. And finally, for dessert, a decadent hot chocolate made with a luscious ganache. So let's get cozy and let's get cooking. If you're from a big Italian family like I am, you need to be able to feed a lot of people, feed them fast, and it better be delicious. That's why this Italian wedding soup is the perfect recipe. The first thing I'm going to do is make a mini version of my almost grandma's meatballs. If you don't know, you need to know. So I would head to today.com/saucy and find out what the hype is all about. The first thing that I need to do is prepare some parsley. So I'm just gonna pick off a bunch of leaves. We're gonna need about 1 tablespoon of finely chopped parsley. When chopping herbs, make sure you use a sharp knife so that it cleanly cuts through the herb instead of smashing it. Just gonna take the parsley, add it to a large bowl. Then I have a pound of ground beef using 80% lean. So it's not super fatty. First, I'll add 1/4 cup of Italian seasoned breadcrumbs. And now all of our flavoring. We have salt, always salt, teaspoon of salt. I'm using garlic powder here to flavor these, 1 teaspoon of that. And then pecorino cheese, which I put in everything if you guys haven't figured that out by now. 2 tablespoons of that. Last but not least, a large egg. Put that right on in. And then gloves, super sanitary. I feel like these days with COVID, we all have gloves in our apartments and houses. That's gonna get cut. So just break up that egg a little bit just to get it started. And then you wanna just gently fold all these ingredients together. There's something like nostalgic about the smell of raw meatball mixture. I know it sounds weird, but it literally takes me back to my grandmother's kitchen when I was a kid. So I just grab little bunches and roll them into mini meatballs, about the size of a gumball. Aren't they cute? Perfect. I'm not surprised. And last one. Now for the big cleanup. Ta-da! Up next, we will work on our vegetables. I'm gonna just trim the tops and bottom of our celery. I'll actually do the same with the carrots, which are already nice and peeled. I love a really hearty soup. Tons of vegetables in this, tons of meatballs, and tons of pasta. You're looking for about 2.5 cups of each of your vegetables. And for this soup, I really love to keep them round if possible. Okay, that takes care of our carrots. We'll transfer it to a bowl. Oh God, I am making a mess. It's okay, we have people here to clean up after me. Okay, we'll add that to the bowl as well. This may look like a lot of veggies, but it needs to feed a lot of people. So 2 onions. Just trim off those tops and have them. And this could be a pretty generously sized chop. You basically want to mimic the size of your carrots and celery. Last but not least, in terms of prep, garlic. I know it looks like a lot, because it is, but we love garlic in my family, and I'm not gonna apologize for it. I have 10 cloves of garlic, and I'm just thinly slicing them. I'm just gonna push the garlic to the side. Now we finally get to start cooking. And I'm going to add a generous bit of extra virgin olive oil, a half cup actually, which may seem like a lot, but we're cooking a lot of vegetables. And to this, we will add all of our hard work. Instant aroma. And I love that sizzle. Stir everything. You want to get a nice coating of the oil on all of your vegetables. And at this point, I'm also going to season it. So just a couple of generous pinches of salt. The salt is going to start to pull the moisture out of the vegetables. So we'll cook this over medium-high for about 12-15 minutes or so. You can see how the natural water in the vegetables is already coming out. There's all those little separated droplets of oil and water. Cooking is all about science. My worst subject in school. Add the garlic, give it a nice stir. You want to cook it for about 1-2 minutes until it's nice and fragrant. For a little bit of spice, I'm going to add half a teaspoon, maybe a drop more, of red pepper flakes. And to round out the flavor and add a little bit more complexity, some tomato paste. And now stir it to combine. Really make sure that the tomato paste melts into the oil. And now for the actual soup. Some vegetable broth. I'm using 3 quarts. At this point, I'm also going to add a few sprigs of fresh thyme, pretty, some salt. Who says a watch pot never boils? At this point, it seems like there's a lot of liquid, but we still have a lot to add. Our meatballs, some pasta, maybe a healthy ingredient or so. Now that it's beginning to come to a gentle simmer, we're going to add a few more ingredients at this point. The first being the rind from Parmigiano Reggiano. And this is a chef's secret that's been going on for a really long time, where you add it to pretty much anything that you would top with the cheese. So that rind is just going to add like this little subtle umami that's going to flavor the soup. At this point, I'm going to add the meatballs. Going to give a very gentle stir, just to make sure all the meatballs are submerged, but you don't want to smash them or break them. Going to let this go for about an hour until our meatballs are fully cooked through and the vegetables are super tender. In the meantime, I'm going to tidy up and grab my last few ingredients. The soup has been gently simmering for the last hour or so. So traditionally, there is some sort of a hearty green in an Italian wedding soup. Some families like escarole. You can use chard. I'm using just curly kale, mainly because I think it looks really pretty. And now we're going to add the pasta and the kale, and they will finish cooking right in our pot. Tubatini, ditalini, those are my favorite. Right on in. And last but not least, the kale. Just grab your spoon and kind of gently start to submerge the kale. Don't be too aggressive because you don't want to mash your meatballs. And I told you, it looked like a lot of broth, and now it's just the way I like it. Just enough broth to consider it soup, but all the other good stuff is going to be loaded in your bowl. And at this point, just cook it until it's nice and al dente, about 10 minutes. How amazing does this look? The pasta is nice and al dente, the kale's wilted, the meatballs are super tender, as are the vegetables, and I think it's time to dig in. Did you even eat soup if you didn't put it in a bougie crock? I don't think so. Ugh. Make sure you get a little bit of everything. Right now, all I could think about is this wedge of pecorino that's been sitting here. Oh yeah. Disclaimer, let it sit for a second. It is super hot.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Is all I can say. The vegetables just melt in your mouth. The meatballs are so good. The broth is so flavorful. Pasta, cheese, give me a fireplace, and I'll be a happy person. Garlic bread is the ultimate comfort food. What makes my garlic bread so delicious is plenty of butter, plenty of garlic, and my favorite cheese, pecorino. The first thing I'm going to do is start with some parsley. Need about a tablespoon of parsley leaves that are going to be finely chopped. This is just going to add a little bit of freshness to our garlic bread. Make sure it's nice and fine so that every bite of garlic bread has a little bit of fresh parsley in it. That looks great. And right into the bowl. I'm using salted butter, so I don't need to worry about trying to dissolve salt into this. So 1 stick of the salted butter. And now let's start building that garlicky flavor. Starting with 4 very generously sized cloves of fresh garlic. And grate it in. Grating it pretty much makes it so that it almost melts right into the butter. Be super careful when using one of these zesters. They are extremely sharp. I've nicked myself more with this than I have a knife. Then some garlic powder. This actually is a little bit more subtle and will hit your palate later on, so that as you eat your garlic bread, you're sure to have plenty of garlic flavor. And I'm just adding 1/4 teaspoon of that. A tablespoon of pecorino. It's gonna add a little bit more saltiness and flavor, and it's gonna melt right into the butter. And last but not least, to kind of help create a paste and bring it all together and add even more flavor, extra virgin olive oil, and I'm adding 2 tablespoons. I love the flavor of extra virgin olive oil in combination with butter. And all you wanna do is gently stir this, mashing it together until it's one smooth mixture. Really mix it all together. You don't want big clumps of garlic or it's going to be a little bit too much. You can see how that olive oil helps make it super pasty. It's gonna be easy to spread on our bread. This looks great. So we'll set this aside for a minute and we'll work on the bread. I'm using a nice, crusty loaf of Italian bread. It's pretty crusty on the outside, but it's nice and fluffy on the inside, which is going to trap all of the garlic butter. So using a serrated knife, cut it lengthwise in half, as if you're making a nice sub for lunch or something. And then cut it in half the opposite direction, just like that. And you'll be left with 4 long pieces, just like this. And you can see all those little nooks and crannies that the butter is gonna get trapped into and just be so delicious. Gonna take that garlic butter and just sort of divide it into 4 mounds. And all that's left to do is to evenly spread it onto the bread, making sure you cover every little bit of the surface. You want it to be nice and generous. There's nothing worse than like a dry, bland garlic bread. Isn't it mesmerizing? Or am I just weird? And the last piece, really working it in, making a nice, smooth, even layer. Everything's completely coated. All that's left to do is pop it in a 425-degree oven for about 10 to 12 minutes. There'll be some gorgeous golden brown crustiness happening around the edges, but it'll still be really nice and soft in the center. How good does this look? I wish you can smell it because it smells better than it looks. Now, if my parents were coming for dinner, they would have already ripped into this like savages. But because this is a classy show, I am going to show you how to serve it for like a dinner party or something. Carefully grab a piece, and it's crispy. I don't know if you can hear it. And I like to cut it just into like 1.5-inch pieces. It is so hot, but we're fine. It's fine. Whew, smoking. Look at this, a heaping platter of yummy, garlicky deliciousness.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore, there is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hot chocolate is the ultimate cold weather treat. And this recipe is so decadent that you're gonna forget all about that powdered stuff. It all starts with a ganache, which I know sounds fancy, but trust me, it's super simple. So let's get started. First thing I'm going to do is chop up some chocolate, 10 ounces of it. A serrated knife is the key when chopping chocolate. It goes through it so easily. And I'm really going crazy here, chopping it nice and finely so that it melts into a nice, smooth ganache later on. You can tell this is good chocolate just by the crunch it makes as the knife goes through it. So, probably not the best thing to do. Stab yourself with a knife. Next is the liquid component. And most ganaches start with heavy cream. This is 1 2/3 cup. And typically you really don't have to add anything else at this point to make a ganache, but I'm not basic, so I have to kick it up a notch. The first thing I'm going to add is 2 tablespoons of cocoa powder. Unsweetened cocoa powder. This is just to really amplify that chocolate flavor in our hot chocolate. So right on in. And then to add just a touch more sweetness and just a molassesy undertone, 1 packed tablespoon of dark brown sugar. And last but not least, just a half a teaspoon of some fine sea salt. Going to put this over high heat. I want to bring it to a simmer. Whenever you put dairy over the cooktop, you really want to pay attention to it and make sure it doesn't boil over. You want to start dissolving the salt and the sugar into the cream, and the cocoa powder starts to dissolve in as well. Make sure you have your chocolate on standby, and then right on over the chocolate. Oh, it smells so good. I'm gonna grab my whisk and just slowly start to stir it. You can see it starting to melt and get nice and thick. And look how velvety in just a matter of seconds right before your eyes. It's just a beautiful mixture. And just whisk it until smooth. We don't want any chocolate chunks left in there. I'm just gonna throw this in the refrigerator. You want it to be completely set before moving on to the next step. At least 2 hours, but you can even do it overnight. Because you can never have too much hot chocolate, Here's some that I already did yesterday. And what I like to do are scoop mounds. And the reason I'm doing so is because these are my packets of hot chocolate. I'll put these in the freezer until they're frozen and then transfer them to a zip top bag so that I always have hot chocolate when I need my fix. Almost looks like ice cream, but not quite. Okay. At this point, you can freeze them for later use or use it right away. I'm just gonna give my hands a quick rinse, but I think I need to mix them right now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Now for the fun part, to make some hot chocolate. First thing you're gonna do is 3/4 cup of whole milk. And then because this is decadent hot chocolate, 1/4 cup of heavy cream. And that goes right into a small saucepan. I'm gonna put this over medium heat. So I'm gonna take 2 of my mounds and right on into the pot. These chocolate ganache mounds are going to melt right into that cream, making the best hot chocolate you've ever had in your life. I like to stir it pretty constantly. That's gonna keep the milk and the chocolate from burning. It's already starting to get that chocolatey color. Now, this hot chocolate is just fine the way it is. But if you wanna kick it up a notch, you can add something like this, which is some bourbon cream. So I'm going to add 1/4 cup. You can add chocolate liqueur, you can add rum, but this bourbon cream does the trick for me. And time to serve. Get yourself an appropriate mug for the occasion. Smells so good. Toppings. It's hot chocolate. You've got to have the toppings. I'm keeping it pretty classic because I'm a classy guy, but do you? Marshmallows, a must. A lot of marshmallows. Creates a nice base for your whipped cream to sit on and make sure it doesn't melt all over the place. And to finish it off, some chocolate. I'm using milk here. And I like graham crackers for little dippers. Happy fall. Oh my God, it is so good. Is it all over my nose? It's probably all over my nose and no one is telling me. This tastes even better than it looks. I'm gonna keep enjoying this. There's nothing worse than like a chewy bit of pancetta in your carbonara. It's like such a smooth, delicious sauce, and then all of a sudden you're like chewing gum. But it's meat. Yum. Meat gum. Coming soon. Whenever I travel to Italy, I make it a point to fly in and out of Rome because the food there is just so good. It's also the home to some of my favorite markets and restaurants. Romans are artisans at taking just a few simple ingredients and combining them to make really impactful, flavorful dishes. Today, I'm making 3 of my favorite dishes inspired by the Eternal City. First, I'm cooking up a creamy pasta carbonara. Then, for a little greenery, roasted asparagus, but cacio e pepe style. And for the main, chicken saltimbocca in a buttery wine sauce. Now let's head on over to Rome. Rome is famous for its pasta dishes, 4 in particular: pasta alla gricia, pasta alla matriciana, cacio e pepe, and my personal favorite, pasta carbonara. What sets carbonara apart from the rest are that it's made using eggs, which turn into this velvety, luscious, super decadent sauce. The first thing we need to do is dice up some pancetta. So traditionally, guanciale would be used here. Guanciale is cured pork cheek. It's super fatty and a little bit more gamey. It's just still sort of hard to find here. So I am using pancetta instead. It is different. It's not as gamey. It is also cured, but it comes from the pork belly. It also doesn't have the same seasonings that guanciale does, which tend to include herbs like sage, rosemary. In a pinch, you also can use really high-end bacon, but it is going to change the flavor profile because it's smoked. So I have my pancetta. I purchased it like this. They're about 1/4-inch pieces. You can buy diced pancetta in the store. It loses its flavor when it's diced, but it is a lot more convenient. If you can find this, I would use this. And I threw it in the freezer for about 10-15 minutes, which will help the fat solidify and make it easier for me to cut this into slices and then dice. So this is plenty of pancetta. It's about 4 ounces worth. And I'm going to show you an easy trick to properly render fatty cured meat like this. If you've ever tried to crisp pancetta, but it was still super chewy, it's because you cooked it too fast and the fat didn't have time to properly render. So one way to ensure really nice, tender, properly rendered pancetta is to actually cover it, barely cover, I should say, with just some cold tap water. And what happens is, as the water begins to boil, it begins to melt the fat and will cook the pancetta through so that it gets nice and tender. And then eventually the water will begin to evaporate, leaving behind the rendered fat, and will crisp it up. So you'll have nice, tender interiors and crispy outside. So I'm going to bring this to a boil. We want this to evaporate fast, but just keep an eye on it because once the water's gone, it's going to start to saute and you want to make sure you don't burn your pancetta. You can see that the fat is really starting to render now and has kind of made its way around the sides of the pan. And we'll just let this keep going. It's like a Roman mosaic art piece. You can also tell that the pancetta has rendered because the fatty pieces are almost transparent. At this point, keep stirring it so that it gets nice and crispy all over. All this liquid remaining, that's all the rendered fat. That is not water anymore. This rendered fat is the key to why my carbonara is so good. It's all flavor. You want to get it really crispy, really golden, almost to the point where it's borderline burnt. Smells heavenly at this point too. Okay. This looks great. I'm gonna cut the heat, grab a bowl and a slotted spoon, and transfer the pancetta to a bowl. This will stop the cooking process. And last but not least, I'm gonna reserve a tablespoon worth of this rendered grease. This rendered fat is gonna get added into our sauce to add that pancetta salty flavor at the end. So I have a large, clearly large pot here of boiling water, and we are going to generously season that. Once it comes back to a boil, time to drop our spaghetti, 1 pound. You wanna cook this pretty much till it's al dente. Meanwhile, let's work on the sauce. So I need 6 egg yolks. These are large eggs that I've allowed to come to room temperature. And that's sort of important for this just because you're going to be adding your hot pasta right into the eggs. So the closer they are in temperature, the less of a chance you'll have of curdling. You also want to use really good fresh eggs here, since the only cooking of the egg is the pasta doing so, the warmth, the heat of the pasta. And save the egg whites for a baking project. Lastly, 1 whole egg right on in. Don't neglect your pasta. Give it a stirsies every now and then. So I have my 6 egg yolks and 1 whole egg. I'll just give those a light beating. And while I'm whisking, I'm gonna take my reserved pancetta renderings and just drizzle that in. It's pretty cool at this point. You don't wanna add it while it's super hot. Just whisk really well to combine. Make sure we get all of that. It's all flavor. Up next, some Pecorino Romano cheese, which is a cheese that originates from the area, Lazio, where Rome sits. Most of it is now actually made in Sardinia. Super delicious and salty, and it's one of my favorite cheeses in the world. I'm adding 3/4 of a cup, so it's a fairly generous amount of cheese. And this cheese, along with the pancetta and the renderings, are going to really help season the sauce. This cheese is one of the most pronounced flavors of this sauce, so you really want to be using the real deal. Going to add about 1/4 teaspoon of freshly ground pepper. Whisk that in to combine. And that's all there is to the sauce. When the pasta hits the eggs, it begins to slowly cook them, and that's what creates this creamy sauce. There is no dairy, no cream, milk. It's all the egg yolks just slowly beginning to cook that creates that velvety sauce. So if you go to a restaurant and it says cream, it's not a true carbonara. I'm sure it's still delicious. I mean, cream. I'm just cooking the pasta until it's al dente. Unlike most sauces that we finish in a pot, I'm gonna finish the dish right in this bowl. So when it comes out, the pasta needs to be perfectly cooked. So the pasta is very close to being ready, a nice, perfect al dente. And at this point, the only important ingredient left is speed. Everything from this point on needs to happen really quickly to make sure that 1, we don't curdle the eggs, and 2, our sauce stays nice and luxurious and doesn't set too much before we serve it. So, are you ready? Okay, let's do it. Grab as much of the spaghetti as possible into the bowl. Into the bowl and start to stir. And you can see how creamy it's starting to get already. And at this point, you're looking for just a nice creamy sauce, but you still want it to coat the pasta. You can add a splash of the pasta water if you need it. I don't think I need it at this point. The pancetta goes right on in. Oh my God, this just looks So good. At this point, you can taste it for seasoning. But if you seasoned your water well and there's so much salt in the sauce, you really shouldn't need it. Let's plate it up. Gonna grab some. Lock my tongs, set it in a ladle, and twist to make a nest. Just keep twisting. And then right onto a plate. Just a couple of last finishing touches. Some more pecorino cheese. Gonna freshly grate some this time. And just a little bit more black pepper. Look how pretty, how simple that was to get on the dish. And all that's left is to taste it. You have to serve this right away. It is so perfectly seasoned. It's so simple, you would swear that this has 1,000,000 calories worth of cream in it. And it doesn't. It's just so delicious. This is what I love about Roman cuisine. Just a handful of ingredients making the most flavorful, delicious dish. So, it's so good. Truly. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. 2 thumbs up. 6 stars.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
Cacio e pepe is normally associated with pasta, but for this recipe, I'm going to be taking those flavors and roasting some asparagus with the cheese and the pepper. Makes a perfect side for today's meal. So for this recipe, I like to use a really thin stalk asparagus called pencil asparagus. It's really easy to find in the summer. It can be a little bit more difficult to find the rest of the year, but you never know. The only thing you'll have to adjust is cooking times if you have the thicker stalks. The first thing I'm going to do is trim off the woody bottoms of the stalk and discard. Ta-da. And then onto a foiled lined sheet pan. You don't have to line it with foil. I just like to do so because it helps with cleanup a little later on, and I'm lazy. And just in a thin, evenish layer, just kind of lay your asparagus out onto the sheet pan. And then in true Roman style, literally just a few ingredients. Starting with extra virgin olive oil. I'm gonna add 3 tablespoons. And this is a great eyeball it recipe. I do give the measurements for this, but feel free to eyeball it. 1/4 teaspoon of salt, 1/4 teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper, and last but not least, a packed 1/4 cup of freshly grated pecorino. And it is a pretty generous amount when you pack it and freshly grate it. It's very fluffy. Then just give it a little toss with your hands to coat it with all of these delicious ingredients. That is literally all there is to this dish. all that's left is to put it in a 400-degree oven and roast it until fork tender, which will be about 16, 18 minutes. Look how great this looks. Nice and tender. And you can cook it to your preferred doneness. Some people like it to be a little bit crispier and have more of a snap, I should say. Really love roasting vegetables. It's a great way to bring out their flavor. And you could even do this recipe with broccoli or cauliflower would be really nice. Okay. And just a couple of finishing touches. Some more cheese, because you could never have enough cheese. And roasted vegetables can really handle seasoning, so it may look like a lot, but it could use it. And then just another couple of cracks of freshly cracked black pepper right on top. That's it. I think I need to take one of these and give it a taste. It's just such a simple dish, but that combination of the salty cheese and the spicy black pepper is just amazing pairing. That is what makes cacio e pepe such a delicious dish. So good.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew Everton.
All right, it just made too.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew Everton.
All right, it just made too.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Veal saltimbocca is a quintessential Roman dish. However, I am going to be Americanizing it by using some chicken instead. I actually prefer chicken. It's easier to find and it's cheaper than veal. But the flavors are still there, and I promise this dish is so impressive looking that it's great for entertaining, but simple enough to serve on any weekday evening. In front of me, I have 8 very thinly sliced chicken cutlets, which I purchased just like this at my local supermarket. It is very important that they're thinly sliced, but the first step is to season both sides of the chicken with salt. I'm being fairly generous with my seasoning. And now I'm going to one by one wrap the chicken in some prosciutto di Parma. So I have thinly sliced prosciutto. I'm just gonna work one cutlet at a time. So place the prosciutto over the chicken cutlet and cover as much as you can and press it on to kind of just glue it together. Then I flip it over and take any of the excess and just wrap it around the underside. Okay. Now working on the prosciutto side, I'm going to take 2 sage leaves and I'm going to secure them over the top with a toothpick. Sage smells so delicious. I just love that aroma. So just thread the toothpick on through the chicken underneath. And then I like to just go back and make sure that the leaf is nice and flat. And that is our first cutlet. And you want to just repeat the process with all the remaining chicken cutlets. Halfway there. Okay, and the last one. The last thing we need to do before we actually cook the chicken is just dredge it in some flour. Make sure you get it fully coated and then gentle shake to remove any excess. Just work gently so that you don't disrupt the sage leaves. Okay, and the last one. All right, I'm going to give my hands a quick rinse and grab a couple of ingredients so we can finish our saltimbocca.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
My chicken is all dredged up. All that's left to do is to cook it. So I'm starting with a high-sided, fairly large skillet. I'm gonna put that over medium heat. The heat is very important for this recipe. We want to cook the chicken so that the exterior gets nice and crispy, but doesn't overcook. But then the chicken also has the opportunity to cook through. That's why we're using these thin cutlets. I'm going to add about 2 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil and just warm that up over the medium heat. You want to cook the chicken in batches, adding more oil as necessary until all of it is cooked. You don't want to overcrowd your pan. So I'm just going to do 2 cutlets to start. So you want to put the prosciutto and sage side down because we really want to get a nice crispy crust on that. It's going to take about 2.5 to 3 minutes per side. And I'm looking for the sides to get nice and caramelized and you'll actually see the chicken beginning to turn more opaque as it cooks. Now you want to cook it on the other side for another 2 to 3 minutes until it's fully cooked through. The sage not only looks pretty, it infuses this whole dish with a punch of delicious flavor. Transfer it right to a serving platter and then continue cooking your chicken. You can almost smell the saltiness of the prosciutto. It's a very distinct aroma, and the earthiness of the sage, just a great combination. Okay, halfway there. It's very important to not rush this cooking process. If you do it on too high heat, you're gonna crisp up your prosciutto, but your chicken isn't going to be able to fully cook through. Okay, our last batch of cutlets are ready. And I just keep piling these on top so that they stay warm, but we're gonna finish it with a pan sauce that'll warm them right back up too. Isn't that beautiful? Saltimbocca is typically paired with a white wine pan sauce. I do mine just a little bit differently, but the flavors are all still there. I'm gonna take a half a cup of some good dry white wine. I like to use a Pinot Grigio. And we're gonna use that to deglaze the pan. All those brown bits are from the prosciutto and from the chicken, and it's all flavor. So just stir it to melt right into the wine. And you wanna reduce this for about a minute or two. So fragrant. Now that that's reduced, I'm going to add a cup of chicken stock or broth. And I'll bring that to a simmer. Typically, this pan sauce is very loose and runny, super winey. I kind of tone it down with the sauce. I also add a little bit of flour at this point because I like a sauce that sticks to the cutlets, similar to you would find in like a marsala or francese. So I reserved 1 tablespoon of the dredging flour, and I'm going to add 3 tablespoons of unsalted butter to it. I'm doing this for 2 reasons. First, the butter is going to add a delicious richness to this dish, but I'm also going to create a paste with the flour. If I were to add the flour in by itself, it would clump. And it's nice and soft. And I'm going to just gently kind of massage the flour into the butter. You can use your hands for this too. It's just a little messy. This is something you see in French cooking called beurre Meunier. And I'm just going to add this butter flour paste right to the skillet. And as the butter melts, the flour will begin to incorporate and slightly thicken the sauce. So you can already see how the sauce has slightly thickened. The last thing to do is to taste it for seasoning. She's salty now, just like me. All that's left to do is pour this gorgeous sauce right over the chicken. Dinner is served. I think I need to taste this now. Carefully remove the toothpicks. They're not edible or tasty. I want a really good bite. It is so good. This is why the Romans are just geniuses. They take just a few ingredients, the saltiness of the prosciutto, the earthiness of the sage, and combine it with the white wine, and is all I can say. so good. So simple, so pretty. Any guest would be super impressed by this dish. It'll go out soon. Don't mind the dust. I love throwing a party, but let's face it, if the food isn't good, the party sucks. My niece Madeline is turning 2 soon, and I've created the perfect menu for feeding a big crowd with even bigger appetites. Madeline may be small, but just like the rest of us, she knows how to pack it in. First up, I'm making a version of my penne alla vodka that could be baked ahead of time. Then I'll be whipping up an Italian-American classic that really goes a long way when feeding a crowd, sausage and peppers. Finally, for dessert, chocolate cupcakes with luscious chocolate hazelnut buttercream. So let's get this party started. When it comes to my family, we love making dishes that keep on giving. You know, like being able to go for seconds, even thirds sometimes. And this dish is one of them. Growing up, my mom would always make baked ziti, and it was like a special night for us. Me and my brother absolutely loved baked ziti night. This version is very similar, but uses vodka sauce instead of just a plain old tomato sauce. The first thing I'm going to do is warm a couple of tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil into a really large high-sided skillet. I'm gonna put that over a medium-high heat. To that, I'm adding 4 ounces of diced pancetta, and we wanna cook that just until it's nice and crispy. You really want a small dice here so that when we mix this into our casserole dish later on, there's a little bit of pancetta in every bite. This is where it starts to pop like popcorn. And then to this, I'm going to just grate in 1 large clove of garlic. I don't need a ton of garlic because my tomato sauce has plenty in there. Smells so good already. Just give that a quick stir to kind of let that garlic melt right on in. Now we start having some fun. We need some vodka for vodka sauce. I'm using a 1/2 cup of a really good vodka. If you're doing this over a gas stove, be very careful. Because fire. Madeline would absolutely love this. Okay, so you just want to reduce the vodka by about half, scraping up any of the brown bits on the bottom of the pan. And to this, I'm gonna add 3/4 cup of heavy cream and 2 cups of my everyday tomato sauce, which you can learn how to make by watching the risotto episode of season 1. And just stir it to combine. It's gonna be this gorgeous, light pink color. Trying to match my shirt. Isn't that a beautiful color? And now I'm going just to reduce this slightly. In the meantime, let's throw in our pasta. So generously salt some boiling water, make sure it comes back to a boil. Then I'm gonna add a pound of penne rigate. Because this is a baked pasta, it's going to continue cooking in the oven. I'm only cooking the pasta about 3/4 of the way at this point, so like super molto al dente. Remember when we made a big fire in here? I have a 1-pound brick of whole milk mozzarella, and I'm just gonna grate that. And if some larger chunks fall in, that's totally cool. Those will just be bigger, melty chunks of cheese in your finished baked penne alla vodka. Okay. This sauce is looking really good. It smells really good too. So my pasta is about 3/4 of the way cooked, and I'm just gonna use a spider to transfer it right into my vodka sauce. And at this point, I'm also gonna add about a 1/2 cup of the cooking liquid. I'm gonna cut the heat, Now I know it looks really liquidy, don't worry about that. As the pasta cooks in the oven, it's going to continue to absorb some of it, and it'll be perfect in the end, I promise. Now we just have a few more ingredients to add. 1/4 cup of grated pecorino, a 15-ounce container of whole milk ricotta cheese. Give it a taste for seasoning. Could use a little salt, and about 1/4 teaspoon of black pepper. And then I'm going to add 2/3 of this grated mozzarella right into the pot. And just stir it as quickly as possible because it's going to start to melt. Make sure everything's really well combined. I see a big clump of mozzarella. Okay, you can see it's already getting a little stringy. Grab a 9x13 casserole dish and right on in. I want to get all of that deliciousness. I'm gonna just spread it into an even layer. Look how cheesy this already is, but I'm not done. I have that remaining mozzarella cheese that I'm just gonna sprinkle over the top. Yes, all the cheese. Grab a sheet of aluminum foil and wrap it around the top. Wrap it tightly. We want to trap in the steam, which is going to help the pasta cook and stay moist. I'm going to cook this in a 350-degree oven for 45 minutes covered. Then I'll remove the foil, give it another 15 minutes to start to crisp it, and then hit it for a minute or two under the broiler so that the cheese gets nice and golden brown and crispy. Look at this melty cheese goodness. Now, I need to make sure this is up to Madeline standards, so of course I have to taste it. This has the perfect combo of cheesiness and crispy bits. Oh my God, that is so good. It is so cheesy. The vodka sauce is just so delicious. My niece is going to absolutely love this. That's why I'm her favorite uncle.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sausage and peppers are the perfect party dish. This recipe is truly no frills, using just a few ingredients that are just flavorful and delicious. So I'm using 2 green bell peppers, 2 red bell peppers, and 1 large white onion, just because it reminds me of the Italian flag. You can use any color combination that you'd like. So just trim off the tops, and then pull out the centerpiece. And then I have them, and kind of go in with my knife and just cut away the membrane. Depending on how big they are, you can quarter these onto the red. Once that's all taken care of, you want to slice these into 1/4-inch strips. Then for the onion, just remove the top. I'm gonna cut it in half and then cut it into 1/4-inch half moons. And that can go right on in the same bowl. And while I'm here, I'm just gonna prepare my garlic. I have 4 large cloves that I'm just going to thinly slice. That was a big one. Just push that to the side. And that's the bulk of the prep. Now I have a sausage ring. I love using a sausage ring. Growing up, my dad would always grill sausage ring in the summers, and I just love it, really. We're going to be searing this, so I'm just gonna pat it and make sure that there's no excess moisture, so we get a really nice sear. And then I'm just gonna take a fork and prick around to break the casing so that it doesn't explode when cooking. And I'll do that on both sides. Now that the sausage is prepared, time to start cooking. Going to add about 2 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil to a large high-sided skillet. We're gonna get this nice and hot. Add your sausage. Press it down to make sure it's making contact with the pan. And I'm using a splatter screen. It really does help cut back on the amount of grease that comes flying off as your sausage sears. So if you have it, this is a really good time to use it. I'm gonna cook it on both sides until it's nice and seared, about 6 to 8 minutes per side. The sausage is really the star of the show for this dish, so be sure to find really premium sausage. I like to get mine at my local Salumeria. It's been about 6, almost 7 minutes, so be careful. It does have a tendency to kind of splatter on you as you're trying to flip it. Just work it back down and cover it back up, and another 6 to 8 minutes. I'm not looking to fully cook this sausage at this point. It's going to go into the oven. I just really want that nice sear on it. So carefully remove it, put it back on the sheet pan. Don't worry that it was on the raw sheet pan. It's going back and we're cooking it. Now, I'm going to add about a 1/4 cup more of extra virgin olive oil and our onion and peppers. And at this point, you want to start to season your vegetables. So a couple of generous pinches of salt. As the vegetables cook, they'll release their liquid, which you can then use to deglaze the bottom of your pan and get all of these gorgeous brown bits up. That's all flavor from the sausage. Should I try to get a toss? Let's see if it works. While the vegetables continue to cook, I'm actually going to, at this point, remove the skewers that are holding the sausage ring together. There's usually at least 4. Now I'm just gonna take my knife and cut these into about 3-4 inch pieces. So my vegetables are pretty tender at this point. I'm going to add the sliced garlic. And then the sausage goes right into the pan, kind of nestle it into the vegetables. Then I like to take any of the juices that may have come out of the sausage and just add that to the pan as well. It's all flavor. And at this point, all we need to do is put it in a 400-degree oven until the sausage is cooked through, the vegetables get super tender. It's gonna take about 20 minutes. Look how crispy that sausage is. The vegetables are super tender and have almost melted into this gorgeous sauce on the bottom of the pan. I think I need to give it a taste. It's so good as is, but in my family, we love to serve it on some sort of a roll. Now, I'm gonna teach you a secret. Don't tell anyone I told you this, but you wanna take your roll and kinda just gently press it in to absorb just some of that juice. It's the best part. And then just build your sandwich. Make sure you get a little bit of everything on there so that every bite has some of the vegetables and then some of that crispy sausage. It's a little bit messy, but some of the most messy food items are the best ones. Looks so good. The vegetables are super tender. The sauce is just plain old delicious and nice and crispy. This is definitely going to be a hit at the party.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What kid, or adult for that matter, doesn't absolutely love chocolate? So these cupcakes are going to be the perfect end to my niece's birthday party. The cupcakes themselves are delicious, but what really puts us over the top is my chocolate hazelnut buttercream. Let's get started on the cake. So we're gonna start with all of the dry goods right in my stand mixer. 2 2/3 cup of all-purpose flour. We wanna make sure we have the right amount of flour. Baking is not the time to start eyeballing things. Then, to start the show, some cocoa powder. This is a really high quality cocoa powder, which is very important because it is one of the key ingredients. And I'm adding a generous amount, 3/4 of a cup worth. Now, my niece is very sweet, so we need to put a lot of sugar in this. 1.5 cups of just plain granulated sugar. And then for some additional moisture and extra sweetness, 1/2 cup of light brown sugar. Flop. Then just the last few dry ingredients. First, some leaveners, which will give the cupcakes a great crumb and some nice lift. I'm doing 1.5 teaspoons each of baking soda and baking powder. And then finally, 1.5 teaspoons of some kosher salt. And that's all of the dry ingredients. Throw your paddle attachment on and just mix this until it's well combined. That looks great. Let's get working on the wet ingredients. So I have a 4-cup liquid measuring cup here with 1/2 cup of vegetable oil. And I'm going to add 2 large eggs that are at room temp. and just whisk to combine. Perfect. Going to add some flavoring, 1 teaspoon of vanilla, and then I'm going to add 1 cup of whole milk. Just drizzling that in, stirring to combine, make a nice emulsion. I'm going to put my stand mixer on low and just drizzle in my wet ingredients. And it's going to form a pretty thick batter, almost paste-like consistency. You want it to be well combined. Make sure there's no clumps of dry ingredients left at the bottom of your bowl or along the sides. And then just give it one more gentle mix. At this point, I have one last ingredient, and it's 1 cup of hot coffee. You can also use hot water here, but I really like how the coffee and chocolate notes play off of each other. You really won't even know it's in there. You're going to add this in 4 equal additions, about 1/4 cup at a time, really making sure that the consistency of the batter is uniform before adding the next. It's a really important step. And the last 1/4 cup. You can see it's considerably thinner. It's just this beautiful velvety batter. Now this makes 24 cupcakes. I like to use a piping bag. So I'm putting about half the batter into a piping bag. And then I have 2 12-cavity cupcake pans that are lined with cupcake liners. So carefully fold up your piping bag. Twist it to lock. And then you want to fill each of these up about 2/3 of the way full. This batter is also enough if you wanted to make an actual cake to make 2 8 or 9 inch cake rounds. Cupcake liners are all filled with this gorgeous, luscious batter, and all we need to do is bake it at 350 degrees for about 18 minutes until a toothpick comes out cleanly when inserted into the center.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
My cupcakes are out of the oven. They're completely cooled. You want to give it at least 45 minutes depending on how cool your kitchen is. Now I'm going to make one of my favorite frostings, a Swiss meringue buttercream. It's super velvety. It's not overly sweet. It's not overly buttery. It's just the perfect combination in my opinion. And it's pretty simple to make if you can master just a few relatively simple techniques. The first thing we need to do is crack 4 egg whites into a stand mixer bowl. And it's really important that it's just the egg whites and no yolks. otherwise they won't whip up. I'm going to add just a couple more ingredients. 3/4 cup of granulated sugar and a 1/2 teaspoon of kosher salt. And then with a whisk, mix just to combine. Now I have a small saucepan with just about 1 inch of simmering water, and this is going to create a double boiler. I'm gonna place this right on top and begin whisking. What this does is allow this mixture to start gently heating up, and the sugar will melt into it, and it's gonna get really light and fluffy. And this is the beginnings of our Swiss meringue. You can see it's already starting to lighten in color. Just keep whisking the mixture constantly so that it heats evenly. You'll see it's already beginning to lighten in color slightly. It'll keep lightening as you incorporate more air. And you wanna cook this until when you grab some and rub it, you don't feel granules of sugar. Okay, at this point, remove it from the heat and put it right onto your stand mixer. It's fitted with the whisk attachment, and just let it go until it's cool to the touch. It's gonna take a couple of minutes. It's gonna get nice and thick. It's almost gonna look like marshmallow cream. Okay, so you can see how thick this Swiss meringue is. It is pretty much room temperature at this point. You don't want it to be warm to the touch because we're going to start adding butter and we don't want it to melt into the meringue. So with the machine on low, medium low, I have a 1/2 pound of unsalted butter, and I'm just gonna start grabbing little pieces. And at this point, you may notice that the meringue starts to deflate. That's because we're adding fat, at most a tablespoon at a time. As we add the butter and it emulsifies, the texture is gonna change right before your eyes. And there it goes, you hear it, the sound just changed as the butter is really starting to emulsify. And at this point, I actually wanna switch to the paddle attachment, which will smooth this out and remove any excess air. At this point, it's pretty much a blank canvas. It's nice and sweet and buttery, but this is where we need to add some flavor. And I'm using some Nutella. You can use any chocolate hazelnut spread here as long as it's creamy. You don't want any of the oily stuff or it'll break your buttercream. So I'm going to add a 1/2 cup and then just mix it to combine. That's it. We now have chocolate hazelnut buttercream. I like to come in and give it just one more quick stir to make sure everything's fully incorporated. It's super smooth, super creamy, and I promise you it is super delicious. So I have a piping bag that's fitted with a medium-sized star tip, and I'm just going to transfer my buttercream so that I can decorate my cupcakes. These are so pretty that I feel like they deserve a special display. There you have it. Chocolate cupcakes with chocolate hazelnut spread buttercream. And I love how there just happens to be a couple left over for me. How do you eat a cupcake? I'm one of these people. You know when something's so good, you just have nothing to say? I have nothing to say. Chocolatey goodness all day long. My niece will be good for about 2 or 3 of these. I cannot wait to share these cupcakes with my niece and my family. The one ingredient I don't have, patience. You know the saying, a watched pot doesn't boil, but an unwatched pot boils over. You heard it here first. Ricotta, or as a Staten Islander may say, ragotte, is an essential Italian-American ingredient. In Italy, you'll find it in things like cannoli and tortellini, but here, Italian-Americans will literally use it any way we can. We'll put it in baked ziti, stuffed shells, manigotti, lasagna. First up, I'm gonna show you how to make homemade ricotta. It is super simple, I promise no fancy ingredients or tools necessary. Then I'll take the ricotta and use it as a spread on one of my favorite sandwiches, pennelle. And for dinner, I'm making another Sicilian favorite, pasta alla norma. I know, you can just very easily go to the supermarket and buy yourself a container of ricotta cheese, and it'll be just fine. But it is so easy to make, and guests are always blown away that I went out of my way to make them a fresh, delicious cheese. I'll show you how simple it truly is, and they don't need to know how easy it is to make. Now, before we get started, I should tell you one other thing. This is technically not a true ricotta, which translates to twice cooked. Typically, the cheese is made using the byproducts of cheese, the whey, and it's recooked to make ricotta. The more common version is to do what I'm doing and just start with fresh milk and cream and make the fresh curds themselves. But you can still call it ricotta. Once it's ready, it is super creamy and better than anything you're gonna get in the store, so it's definitely worth it. The first thing I need is a 1/4 cup of freshly squeezed lemon juice. It's usually one really juicy lemon, so let's see. And run it through a fine mesh strainer to get any pits and pith. So there you go, I just need a 1/4 cup. You can use a mild vinegar here. However, I feel like it's a little bit more abrasive on the dairy and results in a tougher curd. And also the lemon juice gives us like this lovely lemony scent and aroma that just is really nice with this cheese. In this pot, I have 6 cups of whole milk. To that, I'm going to add 2 cups of heavy cream. This is what really gives it that decadent, creamy texture at the end. Last but not least, 2 teaspoons of fine sea salt. That's it. Those are all your ingredients. So I'm just gonna cook this on medium-high, stirring it occasionally to make sure the salt is dissolved. Make sure you keep an eye on it so it doesn't scorch or overflow. This is also a really great way to use up any milk and cream that's about to expire. Getting there, we're at 190 degrees. Once it starts to steam, you're getting close. Okay, as soon as it starts to simmer and the liquid begins to swell a little bit, cut the heat and add the lemon juice. Then just give it a couple of gentle stirs to combine. I have a large colander that I've lined with 90 grade cheesecloth. And the great thing with this kind is that it's actually reusable. So when you're done with your cheese, you just rinse it and then you can throw it in your wash machine. Isn't that cool? I'm gonna throw it in the sink. And then drain my ricotta. I would normally do this over the sink, but I figured you guys actually want to see what I'm going to do, so we'll do it here. Grab yourself a healthy length of twine, a couple of feet or so. maybe even 3. And then all you need to do is bunch up the cheesecloth. And this is a little helpful if you have a second person around, but you just want to twist the twine around carefully without burning yourself. And then tie a couple of knots to secure it. Make sure it's nice and tight. Then leaving at least 3 to 4 inches, tie another knot to create a loop. Cut off the excess, and now time will do the rest. I'm just gonna hang this right on one of the knobs of my cabinets for an hour to remove the excess whey, and then it's ready to be used. Make sure you put a bowl underneath to catch the excess liquid so you don't come back to a mess. Speaking of mess, I think I'm gonna clean up a little bit and then come back and taste some of my fresh ricotta. It's been an hour. The majority of the liquid has been removed. Some is okay. This is a fresh, moist cheese, so it's not super dry. And just carefully cut it open so that you don't damage the cheesecloth. I can't wait to see what's inside. There it is. It's delicate, it's creamy, it's still slightly warm. If you're serving it for a dinner party and you want it to be nice and spreadable, an hour is the perfect amount of time. If you're going to be baking with it, like making an Italian cheesecake, for instance, you can let this drain even more because you want a really dry cheese. But I wouldn't let it sit for more than 2-3 hours tops. At this point, it's ready to be served just like this at a party. And I really don't like to put too many toppings on it because it really is the star. So I have some toasted bread for crostini here. Super light, like a cloud. I've touched a cloud before, so I know that. This creamy ricotta speaks for itself, so you do not need a lot of toppings. Just gonna give a little drizzle of honey for some sweetness. A pinch of flaky sea salt. And then if you'd like, you can add just some red pepper flakes. You can add some lemon zest, some balsamic glaze. Just keep it simple. This is such a great snack, a great appetizer, truly great on anything savory for lunch, dinner. Use it for everything. I know it doesn't look it necessarily, but I promise it just melts in your mouth. It is so delicious. After you've made this ricotta, you'll want to use it on everything.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Pennelle, or as we say, pennelle, is a Sicilian street food sandwich made with a chickpea fritter on rustic bread. This is my Brooklynized version, and it's so hard to find anywhere, so I'm really excited to share this recipe with you. It all starts with some chickpea flour, which you can buy in most markets these days. It's not an uncommon ingredient. And I'm using 1.5 cups of that. It's a very fine flour. It's just dried garbanzo beans that are very finely ground. Right into a bowl. To that, 3 teaspoons of kosher salt, a 1/2 teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper, and a 1/4 teaspoon of freshly ground or grated nutmeg. Just a little goes a long way. Whisk your dry ingredients so that the seasoning's evenly combined. Okay, in this skillet, I have 3 cups of cold water that I'm just going to bring to a gentle simmer. When the water comes to a simmer, I'm going to add my dry ingredients in one steady stream as best as I can, whisking constantly to avoid clumps. We're almost there. Get your whisk and get ready. Assume the battle positions. Whisk vigorously. It's going to start to thicken, and you want to remove as many of the clumps as possible. You can see how thick it is already. You want it to still have a little bit of runniness to it, cooking it for just a minute or so. Then I'm going to transfer it to a 1/4 sheet pan that's been sprayed with nonstick cooking spray. So you can see there are still some lumps to it. Don't worry, when we cook this later on, they're all gonna melt out. Using a small offset spatula, just spread it evenly into the pan. Now you just wanna pop this in the fridge until it's completely set. Take about an hour. While that's setting, I'm gonna go get the ingredients for my ricotta cream. Now I'm gonna show you how to make a ricotta cream, which isn't necessarily traditional, but this is the way I first had the sandwich in Brooklyn. And like I said, we put ricotta on everything. I love the combination of the cold, creamy ricotta paired with the crispy chickpea fritter. It's an amazing combination. This ricotta cream just requires a few ingredients: a teaspoon of finely chopped fresh parsley. So you need about 15 ounces or scant 2 cups. You can use just a 15-ounce store-bought container as well if you don't have any homemade in your fridge. Then just a few seasonings. 3 tablespoons of grated pecorino for saltiness and flavor. And then just some salt and pepper to taste. Give it a nice mix, and then you can taste it for seasoning again. Make sure that's well combined. Going to chill this in the fridge, and then it's almost time to make my crispy chickpea fritters.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Andrew delivering it.
All right, it just made two.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is nice and set. All we need to do is slide it onto a cutting board. Just like that. And I'm going to cut it into 12 equal pieces. You can use a knife, a pizza wheel. I have both, and the decisions are giving me anxiety. But I think I'm gonna use a knife. Cut it into 4s and then into 3rds. Then you should have 12 little squares. Meanwhile, I have about 1/4 inch of a neutral vegetable oil in a skillet. I have the oil over medium-high heat, and I'm just going to fry my fritters until lightly golden, about 2 to 3 minutes per side. My oil is nice and hot, and you want to cook these in batches. You don't want to overcrowd the pan. These are cold, so they will lower the temperature of the oil. As they cook, the fritters are going to get a light crust on the outside, but the centers are almost going to melt and be nice and creamy. These fritters are very delicate, so flip them carefully. They barely take on any color, but they form this little delicate crust. So transfer them to a paper towel lined plate. There's no need to add additional seasoning at this point because they're seasoned from the inside. Then just add another batch. And the last few. Our fritters are fried off. They maintain their heat for quite a while, believe it or not. So you can fry them all up and then make all your sandwiches for all your friends and family. Assembling the sandwich is pretty simple. This would normally be served on a rustic, hearty roll, but I prefer a brioche roll. I like the softer texture, and I also like the size. Sometimes it's served on such a big roll that there's no way one person could possibly eat the sandwich. So I'm gonna take 2 of my fritters, just kind of pile them on top, and then a very generous dollop of the ricotta cream. Grab your lid, just kind of press it on into place. How good does this look? It's super peasant, but it's also super delicious. This sandwich just completely melts in your mouth. That creamy ricotta and the interior of this fritter, just heavenly.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Pasta alla norma is a traditional Sicilian pasta dish. And while the origin story may be a little bit all over the place, one thing I know for sure is that my family absolutely adores it. Traditionally, it's made with ricotta salata, which is a much drier, saltier cheese, but I've Americanized it a bit, and I'm going to just use my homemade ricotta, which is great on any pasta dish. Let's prepare our mise, starting with some tomatoes. I have 2 10-ounce clamshells worth of tomatoes, and I'm just going to half them, and we'll put them in a bowl for now. I like to use a small serrated knife for this. It's going to seem like a lot of tomatoes and even eggplant, but they are going to cook down quite a bit. Oh my God, these tomatoes are so juicy. Doesn't matter how you have the tomatoes. That takes care of the tomatoes. Up next, I'm going to thinly slice 5 cloves, large cloves, of garlic. Then I have some fresh oregano. And I need 1 teaspoon worth of these beautiful leaves. And just give that a quick rough chop. Nothing crazy. Just like that. Last thing to prep, one of the key ingredients of pasta alla norma is eggplant, and I'm using 3 Italian eggplants. I like the smaller size. They're a little dense, and I'm not going to peel these, so I'm going to have a pretty high skin to flesh ratio in this dish. I really love the texture of the skin on an eggplant. Just trim the tops and the bottoms. And then you want to cut the eggplant into about 3/4 inch pieces. Cubes, really. So the eggplant, they taper, so just do the best you can with making somewhat even-sized cubes. That takes care of our mise en place. Time to start cooking. I'm gonna start with my eggplant. It's gonna take the longest, and we don't wanna overcrowd the pan, so I'm gonna cook it in 3 batches. Start by adding 1/4 cup of extra virgin olive oil to a fairly large skillet. Going to warm this oil over medium-high heat. It's going to seem like a lot of olive oil, but you'll see how quickly the eggplant just kind of sucks it up. Truly are like little sponges. Once your oil is hot, add your first batch, and you want to generously season it with some salt. Eggplants really suck up seasoning as well, so don't be cheap here. So not too long ago, you used to have to pre-season eggplant to remove excess moisture and some of the bitterness, but now they're bred to be less bitter, so there's no need for that extra step. And just cook these, tossing, stirring every now and then until lightly golden on all sides for about 6 to 8 minutes per batch. And you can see how most of that oil has been absorbed by the eggplant at this point. As the eggplant cooks, it begins to start to release all the oil. Just continue to saute because we really want to cook it through at this point. Okay, this looks great. We have some nice color on pretty much all sides. And just transfer it to a bowl. And repeat with the remaining 2 batches. Let's help this process along a little bit. This batch is looking good. Last batch. This is done. Slide that into the bowl. I have a pot of boiling water that I'm going to generously salt for some pasta. We'll let that come back to a boil. For this dish, I'm using rigatoni. Something to take into consideration when choosing a pasta are the size of the holes. You want the size of the holes to be similar to the size of the items that are part of the sauce. So in this case, the eggplant, the tomatoes, because then they'll get trapped inside the pasta and you'll get an amazing, tasty bite every time. Now we can come back to our sauce. Going to add the tomatoes into the pot. And we'll season that with some salt as well. If you're seasoning as you go, you shouldn't have to season at the end. As this cooks, the skins are going to begin to peel away and the flesh is going to break down, creating this jammy, super flavorful sauce. They're so pretty. You can see we're about halfway there and it's already starting to get nice and jammy. Stir it every now and then so that it doesn't burn. Stick to the pot. And sort of use your spoon to break up the tomatoes. Rigatoni takes forever to cook, but it's worth it. It's delicious. And at this point, we're ready to add the garlic, the oregano, and a generous pinch of red pepper flakes, as little or as much as you'd like. And just stir that in, and we're gonna let this cook for another minute or 2, just to let those flavors infuse into our tomatoes. My pasta is nice and al dente. So at this point, I'm going to use a spider and just transfer it to the pot with my sauce. Then I'm going to add about 1/4 cup of the pasta cooking water, just to loosen out the sauce a little bit, and the eggplant, and gently stir to combine. Adding more pasta water as necessary. Looks so good. Let's serve some up, no? Grab yourself a bowl and go to town. Make sure you're getting a little of everything. And then last but not least, some of this delicious ricotta cheese right on top. Doesn't it look so delicious? Now, the key to eating pasta, there's 2 ways to eat pasta that has ricotta cheese on top. You can do what my dad does and just stir it all in, or you can grab some cheese and then dig in to the pasta itself. I can eat this every night, if someone makes it for me. Pasta alla norma is another perfect example of an Italian dish that uses just a few ingredients that are prepared so perfectly that they taste amazing. Buon appetito. In my family, our big holiday celebration is Christmas Eve for the Italian-American Feast of the Seven Fishes. It's an incredibly savory meal with lots of antipasti and, of course, tons of fish. So this year, for Christmas Day, I thought it would be fun to create an indulgent menu full of sweet treats that you can enjoy all day long. For an afternoon snack, Mondel bread, a nutty biscotti-style cookie perfect for dipping in coffee. And finally, for dessert, my family's ultimate holiday treat, rainbow cookies. This Mondel bread recipe comes from my mom's side of the family. This cookie's a cross between a biscotti and a shortbread of sorts. It's only baked once, so it stays nice and tender, and it's super delicious. The first thing I need to do is to chop up some walnuts. You can do this in a mini processor or even by hand, but growing up as a kid, we always had one of these hand crank contraptions. Almonds are traditional in Mondel bread, but this is how we always made it, and I really love the flavor. So 1 cup, I think I'm gonna have to do this in a couple of batches. And you just fill the top half, and then just crank away. And it comes with a lid, but that's no fun. You can't see what you're doing then. I like when it gets close to being finished and you can kind of just see the mechanism. And right onto a bowl. Now for the rest of the dry ingredients. 2 cups of all-purpose flour, a half a teaspoon of salt, and 1 teaspoon of baking powder. Right on in, then just mix it to combine. Make sure those walnut pieces are evenly distributed. And that's the dry ingredients. Now for the wet ingredients. 2 large eggs right into a stand mixer. And a half a cup of sugar. And with the paddle attachment, we just want to cream this until it starts to lighten in color. The eggs have slightly lightened in color. It's a really nice homogeneous mixture. And now we're going to drizzle in a half a cup of vegetable oil. Last but not least, some vanilla, 1 teaspoon. Always really good vanilla, like Ina says. That looks great. And then just add your dry ingredients. That's it. I have a half sheet pan that's lined with parchment. And now we're going to shape our cookies. We're going to create 2 logs that are about 2 by 10 inches long. And place it right on the parchment. And you can see that it's a pretty sticky dough at this point. So you don't want to saturate your fingers, but get them moist enough, and then gently start working the dough into those logs. You really don't want the ends to be tapered so that later on when you cut them, you have uniform cookies. The logs will spread a little bit in the oven, so leave space between the sheet pan and between each log. About 1.5 inches to 2 inches. Okay, these look good. Now for the fun part, we get to decorate our cookies. I'm going to use sanding sugar. This is what my mom used to do when I was a kid. We would always color one with red sanding sugar and the other with green, but you can use any oven-safe sprinkle, something that won't melt. So just a gentle sprinkle. And I go a bit heavy-handed because these cookies will spread a little bit and you want to make sure that they have some sprinkles in every bite. And then some green. That's it. So these are ready to go into the oven. Going to bake them at 350 degrees for about 20 to 25 minutes until the edges are lightly golden brown and the cookies are set. Our cookies are baked. I've had them resting for about 5 minutes. They're still on the hot side, but this is when you want to cut them so that you get nice, clean cuts. So carefully peel the log off of the parchment, transfer it to a cutting board, and then I like to cut them into 3/4 inch pieces. I use a serrated knife and I kind of give a sawing motion, and once I'm inside, just straight down, and you get nice, clean cuts. At this point, transfer them to a cooling rack to cool completely. And I'll do the same with my green log. I have a lot of fun Christmas decor in my house, so might as well use them up and play around a little bit now. Once cooled, you can store these cookies in an airtight container for up to 2 weeks, but they never last that long in my house. Just like Grandma used to make.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Up next, I am making the quintessential Italian-American cookie. Some people refer to them as rainbow cookies, others 7 layers. I call them rainbow cookies because mine technically are only 6 layers, but I promise they're super delicious. They are a bit involved, but that's what makes it so fun. It's the holidays, grab your friends, grab your families, and let's do this together. Except for me, who will do this by myself right now. I promise you, if you've ever had the store-bought ones and you think they're good, no. These are going to change your life and leave emotional scars. Let's get started. We're gonna start easy with the dry ingredients, and guess what? There's only 2, so you can't mess it up. 2 cups of all-purpose flour. With this recipe, exact measurements are super important. And then just 1 teaspoon of salt. Whisk that to combine. We're making a sponge cake here, so you don't need any leavener. Egg whites are what's going to give this its texture and rise later on. I'm adding 8 ounces of unsalted butter right on in there. And then we're going to start building flavor, first by using some almond paste. And just kind of massage it a little bit with your fingers, just to soften it even more, and add it to the stand mixer. This added step will help eliminate clumps later on. The last little bit. To this, we need to add some sugar, 3/4 cup. And with the paddle attachment, we're going to cream this until it's light and fluffy, and we want to get rid of as many clumps of almond paste as possible. This looks perfect. So we need to separate our yolks from the whites. Take your time. Now you want to add the yolks 1 at a time, allowing each to fully emulsify before adding the next. Next, I'm going to add a 1/2 teaspoon of almond extract. This is really going to help pump up that almond flavor, and a little of this goes a really long way. Okay, that looks great, super fluffy still. And now, just add the dry ingredients. So I have my whites in a clean mixing bowl, and this time we're using the whisk attachment. And just start beating these over a medium-low speed until they get frothy. Once you have a nice layer of froth like this, you want to start sprinkling in a 1/4 cup of sugar. Once you have a solid base for your meringue, you can crank up the speed a little bit to get to medium peaks. Okay, these look great. Now the fun part really begins. I'm going to make a little bit of room for myself. So now I have my two mixtures. Going to take half of it and add it to this batter to lighten it. We call it the sacrifice. I hope we have some dramatic music for that. So that's completely combined. And now the remaining whites go right on in. And just gently fold these egg whites in. Scrape down, cut through, and scrape down all the way to the bottom, folding it over to incorporate. Okay, that's nice and combined. Now we need to divide this batter into thirds. For that, I like to use a kitchen scale. If you have one, you can weigh the whole batter and then just divide it by 3, and that's how you know what to use. It's about 350 grams. Now we're going to have some fun. We're going to color these bad boys up. One red and one green because they're Italian and it's Christmas. Just like the almond extract, a little coloring goes a long way. And then gently fold the color in. That does it for the green. Now for the red. Same thing. 2 little dots and repeat. Fold it in. Next up, we're going to put it in some pans. Working one color at a time, place it on the prepared sheet pan, and using a small offset spatula, just spread it evenly onto the pan. Take your time, work it into all the corners, creating a nice even layer. I'm going to show you something I learned in culinary school when making sponge cakes. You want to take your thumb, slide it into the bottom of the pan, and now just run it all the way around to create a moat. You can see how there's this little space in between the pan and the batter. And what this does is it creates a thicker edge that kind of melts back down when it bakes so that the whole thing bakes evenly. Same with the white. These look gorgeous. Now we need to bake them. We're going to do it in a 350-degree oven for 12 to 14 minutes. It's really important to keep an eye on them. We don't want the cakes to take on any color.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Look how beautiful our sponge cakes are. After 10 minutes, remove them from the pan carefully. They're very delicate, and allow them to cool completely so that we can begin to assemble our rainbow cookies. I'm going to start with the green layer and carefully flip it over so that the bottom is facing up, and carefully peel away the parchment. And we're using two different jams, apricot and seedless raspberry. So the apricot goes on top of the green because we want the red on the red. It's all very scientific. And then just gently spread the jam over the layer, allowing it to kind of fall into those cavities, going all the way to the edge. Next comes the white layer. So same thing, working really carefully. Line it up and flip it over the jam. Give it a nice, gentle push to begin adhering those two layers together. And peel off that paper. And the raspberry jam. Smells so good. Okay. Spread it nice and evenly over the white layer. Don't worry about the edges, we're gonna trim them just like that. And last but not least, the red layer. Peel the paper back and just give it a gentle press into place. Then grab a spare sheet of parchment, cover it up, and you want to press it down to weigh it down to glue those layers together. I just like to use a little stack of cookbooks. Right on top. Now the waiting game begins. Into the fridge overnight to really seal those layers together.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to take this from what basically looks like a cake and make them cookies. At this point, we have a very rough edge, so I'm just gonna trim it to make a nice, clean edge. Now, don't you dare throw these out. These are snacks. I even crumble them up sometimes and make ice cream with it. Straight down, clean slices. And there you have it. Look how beautiful our layers are. Now I'm gonna rotate this and cut it into 4 long ways. Now it's time to make the chocolate glaze. I'm gonna start with a bowl with 12 ounces of chocolate. These aren't chocolate chips. These are really good couverture chocolate or fèves that you can buy in a high-end supermarket. To that, I'm adding 1/3 cup of heavy cream and 1 tablespoon of corn syrup. This is going to give us a nice, shiny finish. Get that all in there. Now I'm going to melt the chocolate in the microwave, nuking it in 30-second intervals, stirring in between until we have a gorgeous, silky glaze. I'm gonna make sure that chocolate is completely melted. We have a nice, smooth glaze. It is on the thick side, but you can see how it has this gorgeous sheen to it, and it's ready to go. I have a half sheet pan lined with parchment, and now I'm going to place a wire rack on top, and that's for our glaze to fall through those holes. Going to work 1 strip at a time. Place it on the rack, and then spoon about 1/4 of the glaze right on top. You want to work on the quick side here. Now just spread it right over the top, letting it drizzle down the sides. Okay, now take a larger spatula and just run it underneath. Carefully put it on your cutting board. Before the ganache sets too much, you want to cut these into the individual cookies. So I just cut a sliver off the edge. That's a sacrificial piece that I will taste later. And then cut them into 3/4 inch pieces and transfer them to a parchment-lined sheet pan. Periodically, wipe your knife clean of chocolate so that you get nice, clean sides. And then repeat. And there you have it. It's been a day. It was a process. But now it's done, and all that's left to do is enjoy them and share it with friends and family. But first, I think I deserve one after all of my hard work. These cookies are truly a masterpiece. If you have some time and some patience this holiday season, I really hope that you make these to share with your friends and family. Have a very saucy Christmas. I think we're all set for Christmas Eve.
Yeah, we're all set. Merry Christmas. Enjoy your holiday.
Merry Christmas.
You know, today all day when it comes to Italian food, does it get any better than a scrumptious, mouth-watering, perfectly layered lasagna? I don't know. But up next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is sharing the secret to his signature lasagna bolognese. Hint, it's all about the sauce, not the cheese. Unlike myself, I'm all about the cheese.
No matter where you are in Italy, you're gonna find amazing food. But if I had to pick the one city that just kills it, it's Bologna. Bologna is located in Emilia-Romagna, the best food region in the world. Tortellini, mortadella, prosciutto di Parma, the best balsamic vinegars from Modena, all found in this little region in Italy. But if I had to choose one dish that just blows my mind when I'm there, it's lasagna. And it all starts with a delicious bolognese. First, I'm going to make my signature bolognese. We'll take that and transform it into the best lasagna you have ever had. Hopefully there'll be some leftovers because I'd love to whip up my version of a sloppy Joe, a sloppy Bo. Don't get me wrong, I love a traditional Sunday sauce with meatballs, sausage, braciole, but it takes all day. It requires a million pots. You're frying, you're this, you're that. It's delicious, but nothing beats a good bolognese. All done in one pot, and once you get past the cutting of the vegetables, which is the most time-consuming part, the work's all done. First, I'm going to trim my carrots and dice them. This is one of the bases of our bolognese, and it's called the sofrito. In Italian cooking, the sofrito is carrots, celery, and red onion, and it's very similar to, like, say, a French mirepoix. When cutting something like a carrot, it rolls. So cut a little nib off a side, and now you have a stable carrot where you can cut your cross slices. No fingers in your bolognese, please. It's a little more than we need, but I would say more is better than less. Let's move on to our celery. Smells really good. I don't like raw celery, but there's something so delicious about cooked celery. See how easy it is to cut these into little sticks just because it's a straight rib. Do I attempt this all at once? Let's not do that to ourselves. You can see how much quicker the celery is. Last but not least, our onions. A lot of people ask me, how do you keep from crying when you are chopping onions? You don't. And honestly, red onions and shallots for that matter, kill me. So fingers crossed that I don't look like an idiot in the next 3 minutes. With the Italian sofrito, it's a red onion. I like a red onion. I think it gives great flavor. But you can use a yellow or a white, just not as traditional. So far, so good in the tier department. Hopefully I didn't just jinx myself. Okay, we made quick work of those two. So that's our sofrito. And it's a little heavy-handed, but I am totally okay with that. I love a bolognese loaded with the vegetables. Now my nemesis, a head of garlic. I'm gonna try to do this in one shot today. So I'm using 4 cloves. I'm gonna find the 4 largest cloves at least. Love garlic. Must be packed with garlic flavor. So we'll just thinly slice these cloves of garlic. Set those aside. Last thing we need to do before we actually start cooking is to puree our tomatoes. You can do this in a food processor, you can do this in a blender, but it could be a little messy. So I'm using San Marzano, which are considered the best tomatoes in the world. It needs to be certified because people can just say, hey, these are San Marzano, and they're not. And they're whole peeled, which means the skins have been removed. Submerge it, because if you turn it on towards the top, you're going to be wearing it. Just wiggle it around. Make sure you get all of those tomatoes pureed. Slowly make your way towards the top, and you can see that really cool water feature, which means that this is pretty much completely pureed. And I did not make a mess. So 1 and 2. Spoke too soon. Okay, now that we have our mise en place all done, let's get cooking. You're gonna need a big ass pot for this bolognese. So a pot like this, or even a really nice big Dutch oven works great. Just something that's pretty heavy. We'll add a couple of tablespoons or so of really good extra virgin olive oil. And then we're gonna start building flavors. First, with some pancetta. I love buying it already cubed. It is a little bit difficult to cube because it's so fatty. If you're only able to find it in chunk form, throw it in the freezer for a few minutes. It'll make slicing it that much easier. All the fat from the pancetta is gonna render right into this sauce and just add so much depth of flavor. It's like Rice Krispies. Can you hear it popping? I wanna get this pancetta nice and crispy. If you don't cook it enough, it's gonna be chewy. We don't want chewy. So you can see how nice and crispy our pancetta is at this point. Now to add the next level of flavor to our bolognese, and that is our sofrito. At this point, I'm also gonna add a pinch of salt. We wanna season this in layers. We're gonna cook this for about 10 to 12 minutes. We really want the vegetables to soften and take on the slightest bit of color, which is really gonna bring out the natural sugars, but we don't wanna over caramelize it as well. This is looking great. Time to add our garlic. We'll let this cook for about a minute, minute and a half, just till it's nice and fragrant, which is almost always immediately. Okay, so we'll give this a second, and let's get our meat. I'm using meatloaf mix. Most supermarkets carry it, makes life pretty easy, but if you can't find it like that, you can just purchase all the components separately. So it's 1 pound of ground beef and a ½ pound each of ground pork and ground veal. So let's get all this meat into our pot. How attractive was that? Don't forget, season in layers. And now, start breaking it up. Be aggressive. This is one of those times where you want really delicate bits of meat, sort of like in a chili. We don't want big lumps here. Carpal tunnel is getting the best of me today, boys and girls. Okay. A good bolognese needs a good wine. I'm using a nice dry red wine for a bolognese. One of the best sounds in the world. Two-thirds of a cup or so. Stir it in. Our meat, our vegetable is going to start absorbing it immediately. We'll just let this cook for a minute or two to reduce slightly. Once again, that aroma, magic. It's ready for our tomatoes. Get all of that tomato sauce out of the can. Stir that tomato sauce in. Isn't it beautiful already? You can see how liquidy it is right now, but we're gonna reduce most of that off. A couple of last ingredients to throw in there. Some rosemary. I like to cut myself a nice generous sprig. Same with oregano. These are kind of on the smaller side, so I'm gonna just grab a few sprigs. More flavor, more aroma, more deliciousness. And a bay leaf. Throw those in there, stir it in. I'm gonna bring this to a boil, then we'll reduce it to a simmer and let it cook for 2 hours.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering.
All right, it just fit too.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our bolognese has been simmering for the last 2 hours, and you can see how much of that liquid has reduced. It's a thing of beauty. Just to add a little bit more flavor, I'm gonna add some nutmeg, about 1/4 teaspoon, freshly grated when possible. And our last ingredient, milk, 2/3 of a cup. It's also going to change the color of our bolognese, giving it this beautiful mauve, I don't know, is that the right color? It's gonna give us this gorgeous lightened red color. Look how beautiful. Mix it all together and then give it another 30 minutes simmering, stirring every now and then it is time to dig in. This bolognese is delicious on its own, and I honestly can sit here with a spoon and just eat it like that. If it was dinner time, I would cook some pappardelle and serve it with that, but because it's lunchtime, I'm going to make a sloppy bow. All you need is some really good bread. This is brioche roll. It's nice and soft, and I'm looking for something soft because I want all of the sauce to kind of soak into the bread and make it sloppy. Don't be cheap. How beautiful is that? Now, put the lid on, give it a little press. Don't worry about the mess. You can see how the sauce has already found its way into that bun. All that's left is to take a bite. I can eat this for lunch any day of the week. Looks like I have a lot of bolognese left in here. Plenty to make my signature lasagna.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I know that lasagna may sound intimidating, but it really just comes down to great sauces. And we've already made our bolognese. All that's left is a bechamel. That's going to be our creamy component. It's velvety, silky smooth, and really makes the dish. Growing up, my mom would make a more Italian-American version with a ton of ricotta cheese, mozzarella cheese, sometimes crumbled meatballs or sauteed ground beef. And that's delicious, don't get me wrong, but I promise you're not gonna miss the cheese in this lasagna. So let's make our bechamel. First thing I'm gonna do is get the milk. 3 3/4 cups of milk, and I'm gonna throw it in the microwave. You can warm it on a stovetop. The reason we wanna warm it is if we add too cold a milk to the base of our bechamel, which is a roux, it's gonna seize and clump. We want a nice velvety sauce. Perfect, nice and warm like my heart. Next, I'm gonna measure out the flour. This is what's gonna thicken our bechamel, and I wanna have it ready so that my butter doesn't burn. This is one of those sauces that comes together very quickly, so don't walk away from it. 1 healthy portion of butter. Just a stick. Get that all nice and melty. Bechamel is the secret to many a good mac and cheese. It's also amazing on sandwiches, like a croque monsieur. I always feel like I say that wrong. But it is a very versatile sauce. Okay. Start off on medium-high heat. We don't want our butter to burn. Once it's melted, add all the flour at once and whisk to combine. From this point on, do not put down your whisk. Once it starts to foam like this, it's time to slowly add in our nice warm milk. If you add too much at once, it's going to seize. So be a little patient. It's already starting to look nice and velvety. Whisk really well. Get into the corners of the pot. You don't want to think that you're doing a good job and then come to find out that the edges are all burnt. You have to be a little generous with the salt here. There's nothing giving it any seasoning. We don't want it to be bland. We want it to add more flavor to our lasagna. You can also increase the heat here. We do want to bring this to a boil. A boil is what's going to activate the starches in the flour and give it the proper thickness. Once it starts boiling, 2 minutes of whisking. That's all that's left. That will cook off the starch that's in the flour because you don't want to taste it. And that's all there is to the perfect bechamel. See how it coats my spatula? Perfect. Now for the fun part. We're going to build our lasagna. So here I have just a standard 9x13 casserole dish, and this is what we're going to build our lasagna in. We have both of our sauces ready to go. The only 2 other ingredients that I need, some noodles and some pecorino. Do yourself a favor, save yourself the time. No boil noodles, my best friend. Building it is really easy and also really fun. So a ladle for my bechamel, a ladle for my bolognese. Start by taking about a cup of our bolognese and putting it on the bottom of our 9x13 casserole. This is just the starter layer. Push it all around evenly. The one thing with the no-boil noodles is it relies on the liquid found in the sauces to cook. So every inch, every millimeter needs to be covered. No naked spots of noodles. So just work that into the corners and along the bottom. Just like that. Doesn't the bolognese look so good? Now it's time for arts and crafts. We want to get as many noodles in this as possible by breaking them. Think of it like building a mosaic. So channel your inner elementary school self. I like to break off the corner piece just so it kind of nestles in and press it down. And then you just kind of start playing around, carefully breaking off pieces as needed to fit. And it doesn't need to be perfect, but we want to do the best job that we can. The bottom layer, this is fine for. As we build our way up and the sides taper out more, we'll be able to fit more noodles in. Save all your scraps. You never know when you're going to need them. Now we just start adding all of our layers. So more of our delicious bolognese, about a cup and a half, which happens to be 3 ladlefuls. Here's one of those rosemary stems. Pull that out and then start spreading. Don't forget, cover as much of these noodles as possible. We are going to be adding some of the bechamel on top, so that will fill in any gaps. Work that all around. Our noodles are nice and covered. Time for our first batch of bechamel. About 2/3 of a cup. And give it a nice drizzle. If you haven't done so, now is a good time to preheat your oven to 375 degrees. A nice sprinkling of some pecorino right on top. Little extra flavor, little extra saltiness. And now, repeat. We did it. That takes care of our noodles. Just the last layer of sauces. Okay. Kind of swirl that last top layer on. Just think it looks a little bit more fun since it's what you're going to see when you pull it out of the oven. And then just our last final bit of pecorino cheese. All that's left to do is bake this in a 375-degree oven, uncovered for 45 minutes. I can't wait to dig in.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Look at this. Oh, doesn't this look amazing? Cannot wait to dig into it. This should serve 8 people. This would be enough for me and my parents. You serve as many people as you want to serve with it. I like the crispy corner pieces, but I would probably make sure that everyone got a little bit if I was serving this at a party or something. Are you ready? I'm nervous. Wow. Not too shabby if I don't say so myself. Look at all of these layers. You can see that creamy bechamel on top, and it's loaded with that bolognese. Takes me straight back to Bologna. Okay, go home now. Mine.